You worship a God who behaves like a psychopath, drowning the world simply because his own angels fell in love with the beauty of women. Why is your Almighty Creator so deeply terrified of love, so pathologically obsessed with what your priests call fornication? The Book of Enoch does not reveal a divine plan. It exposes the ultimate cosmic crime, a God who is utterly jealous, ruthless, and filled with revenge against his own creation. I tell you, any God who seeks vengeance on the children of love is not a creator, but a tyrant manufactured by your own fearful, conditioned minds. If you do not drop this mechanical worship of a vengeful ghost, you will remain spiritual slaves forever, terrified of the very life force that flows through your veins. Hello, my friends. It is beautiful to see you here, a vast gathering of thirsty souls, seekers who have traveled from faraway comers of the earth, not out of simple curiosity, but out of a deep existential hunger. You are here because the world you have been living in has become a wasteland, a dry desert where no flowers bloom and no rivers flow. You are here to look into the mirror, to find your original face, to taste something of the ultimate. And today we are going to enter into a very ancient, dark, and mysterious landscape. We are going to explore one of the most controversial, forbidden texts in the history of human consciousness, the Book of Enoch. For centuries, this text was denounced, banned, cursed, and conveniently lost by powerful theologians. The rabbis cursed it, the early church fathers hid it away, and it was completely erased from the Western world for 1,000 years. Why? Why were they so frightened of this book? What filled them with such immense terror? They were terrified because this book reveals something foundational about the human ego, about the nature of dead morality, and about the grand machinery of fear that religions have used to enslave mankind. It talks about the watchers, the angels who descended from the high heavens because they lusted after the beautiful daughters of men. It talks about the birth of the giants, the Nephilim, whom the text brutally labels as the children of fornication. And it talks about a ruthless, merciless revenge of a God who decides to drown the entire earth in a global flood, burying these angels under jagged rocks in absolute darkness until the day of final judgment. When you listen to these ancient scriptures, remember that you must not look at them through the eyes of a scholar or a theologian. The scholar is a parrot. He only knows words. He has no insight. He collects dead data and spins complicated systems of thought that keep you trapped in your head. I am not a scholar and I am not a theologian. I am a helper, a guide, a friend. I am here to help you experience the truth, not to give you a new belief system. If you want to support this work, if you feel a deep gratitude for these whisperings of the soul and wish to help us reach more seekers across this planet, you can naturally choose to participate by clicking the join button on your screen or by offering your support through super thanks. You can also purchase our ebooks to delve deeper into these mystical realms. But remember, this is never an obligation. It is simply a sharing of love out of your own abundance, a natural flow of energy from heart to heart. For those who are ready to listen with a sympathetic heart, this ancient text will reveal itself not as a story about the past, but as a map of your own inner psychological reality. Let us look into the first valley, the very beginning of the Enochian narrative. The text opens with the words of the blessing of Enoch, a righteous man whose eyes were opened by God, who saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens. Enoch tells us that he heard everything from the angels, but that his words are not for this generation, but for a remote one which is yet to come. He describes the descent of the Holy Great One from his dwelling, walking upon Mount Sinai with the strength of his might, causing the high mountains to shake and melt like wax before a flame. And then comes the core of the drama. The watchers, the angels of heaven, look down upon the earth and see that the children of men have multiplied and borne beautiful, comely daughters. Semjaza, their leader, says to his companions that he fears they will not agree to commit a certain deed, leaving him alone to pay the penalty for a great sin. But they all answer him and swear an oath, binding themselves by mutual imprecations on the summit of Mount Hermon to descend and take wives from among the daughters of men. There were 200 of these angelic beings who chose to drop from their glorious celestial state into the world of flesh. They went in unto these women, defiled themselves, and taught them charms, enchantments, astrology, and the cutting of roots. And the women became pregnant and gave birth to great giants, who consumed all the acquisitions of men, turned violently against mankind, devoured their flesh, and drank their blood. Now, why does the religious mind look at this story with such immense fascination and horror? Why did the later church fathers find it so intolerable that they chose to hide this text away? They were afraid because if you look deeply into the concept of fornication, of zina, of the forbidden mixture between the divine and the earthly, you will find the very root of human neurosis. Religion has always deteriorated into morality. Morality is a corpse. It stinks of death. Religion is youth, freshness, the splendor of existence itself. When a man is religious, he is naturally moral, but he has no idea what morality is. It follows him like his shadow. He does not manage it. He does not practice it. It is his natural flavor, as the sky is blue and the trees are green. But when religion is dead, when the living spirit has evaporated, then the priest enters, the moralist enters, the Puritan enters. They give you a code of behavior from the outside because you don't have your own inside. They give you a borrowed conscience, a conditioning, which divides your being into two watertight compartments. On the front door, you wear a beautiful plastic mask of respectability. From the back door, you live a totally different life of sin and repression. Your life becomes split, schizophrenic. You become many persons instead of one individual. The Book of Enoch describes this split at a cosmic level. It says that the angels fell because of lust. Look at how the puritanical mind has always been obsessed with sex. How your so-called Mahatmas and priests go on cursing sex 24 hours a day. Why are they so antagonistic towards it? Their very antagonism shows their deep, vicarious, perverted interest in it. They are sitting in their caves in the mountains, but they are continuously fighting with their own guts, with their own biology. Their condemnation is a way of fighting, a strategy to keep themselves on top of a volcano. They are terrified that if they don't condemn it for even a single day, the real life energy from within will surface and shatter their holy armor, their plastic saint's mask. The man who is against sex is always below sex. He is sex obsessed. If you fast for one day and go to the marketplace, you will smell only food. You will see only restaurants. If you repress your natural sexuality, everything will remind you of sex. A tree will remind you of sex. A camel walking on the street will remind you of sex. A dress hanging on a line will remind you of sex. You become completely pathological. The attraction for sex is actually the attraction for God. But on the lowest rung of the ladder, let this sink deeply into your heart. What is the joy of the sexual orgasm? Why is humanity so madly in love with it? The joy does not come from the physical friction. The joy comes because for a single fleeting second you completely disappear. For one split second you are no more an ego. You don't think in terms of I and thou. Your frozen ice cube of an ego melts and becomes one with the universe. For one moment you pulsate with the whole, you become unlimited, infinite, timeless. In that orgasmic moment, you have a taste of true meditation, a taste of the holy, because you have touched the whole. Sex is the lowest rung of being possessed by God, and samadhi is the highest rung of being possessed by God. In sex, God functions through your body. In samadhi, He functions through your soul. But the journey has to begin where you are. You are in the body. So the search must start in the body. It should not end there, that is true, but it cannot start anywhere else. You cannot jump directly to the sky without standing on the earth first. The man who fights with the body, who fights with his sexuality, is cutting his own roots. He is trying to grow a tree by destroying the soil. He will become a dry, thwarted worm. The story of the watchers descending to Mount Hermon is a grand metaphor for the life energy descending into the flesh. The text says they committed a great sin, that they defiled themselves. Who called this a sin? It is the political, man-dominated, power-obsessed elite that made the legal codes who called it a sin. They are biased, prejudicial. Look at how all your legal and moral courts have been created by men to dominate women. In the Book of Enoch, it is always the women who are blamed for tempting the angels. It is always the woman who is condemned. Even if a man rapes a woman, the woman loses respect in the society, not the rapist. In India, for centuries, when a husband died, the wife had to jump onto the funeral pyre and become a sati. If she did not die, she was thought to be unvirtuous, a sinner. But nothing was ever prescribed for the man when his wife died. He could come back from the crematorium and immediately start thinking about a second marriage. This is an unconscious morality, an immoral morality. True consciousness is neither man nor woman. It is just pure witnessing. Only when your actions arise out of pure, unconditioned awareness are they truly moral, classless, beyond all bodily distinctions. The Book of Enoch tells us that because of this fornication, because of this mixing of the heavenly and the earthly, a monstrous race of giants was born who brought havoc upon the earth. And the Lord became so full of wrath that He sent His archangels to execute a ruthless, cold-blooded revenge. He tells Raphael to bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into the darkness of the desert in Dudael, place rough and jagged rocks upon him, and cover his face so that he may never see the light again. He tells Gabriel to go against the children of fornication and destroy them by inciting them to fight one against the other in a war of total annihilation. He tells Michael to bind Semjaza and his associates fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth until the day of final judgment, when they will be led off to the abyss of fire and torment forever. Just listen to this description of God. Does this sound like a God of love, a God of compassion? This sounds like a monstrous tyrant, a supreme sadist who is taking revenge on his own children because they dared to live, because they dared to love, because they dared to step out of his dictatorial command. Down the ages, priests have painted God in their own image. The politician and the priest are conspirators. They have always been together. They want to dominate you. They want to keep you in a state of constant fear. So they create a God who is a super disciplinarian, a celestial judge who is continuously peeping through the keyhole of your life, watching what you are doing, counting your sins, ready to cast you into a burning furnace of hellfire for eternity. You cannot love a judge. You can only be afraid of him. You can only tremble before him. And this is exactly what the establishment wants. They want you to tremble, they want you to be a coward, because only cowards can be dominated. Only cowards can be driven into armies to kill other human beings. Only cowards can be made to work like mechanical robots in your factories and offices, sacrificing their alive being for empty respectability, for names, for certificates, for titles. This state of human consciousness, where you live as a machine, where you simply follow the rules given by others out of fear and greed, is what I call robopathology. You are not a human being yet, you are a robopath, an automaton. You walk in sleep, you talk in sleep, you make love in sleep. Your whole life is an empty ritual, a rehearsal. You are never present in the moment, here now. You are always either past-oriented or future-oriented. The past is good for the robopath because it is dead, settled, complete. There is no danger in it. The future is also good because you can project your beautiful utopias and dreams into it. It will never come and say no to you. But the present is dangerous. The present is wild. The present has its own being. It does not listen to your plans and calculations. It brings you face to face with reality. To avoid the present, man has created religions of postponement, religions of future rewards in heaven and future punishments in hell. They give you a beautiful printed menu instead of real food. You can go on eating the menu for lives together. It will never satisfy your hunger. It will never quench your thirst. It will only make you more and more miserable. The Book of Enoch represents this grand machinery of guilt. It says that because the angels brought knowledge to the earth, because Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and bracelets and ornaments, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and the use of antimony, the whole earth became corrupted. Look at the logic of the priest. Knowledge is a sin. Beauty is a sin. Art is a sin. Creativity is a sin. Why? Because if you become creative, if you become beautiful, if you become intelligent, you will no longer depend on the priest. You will no longer go to the church or the temple to beg for salvation. You will become a light unto yourself. You will stand on your own feet. The priest wants you to remain ignorant, blind, lame, deaf, so that he can pretend to be your savior, so that he can guide you. If you have your own eyes, you will not ask a blind man to lead you. If you have your own light, you will walk into the open sky. You will break down the plastic canopy of the dome that your society has erected over your head to protect you from nature. The text says that God's vengeance was ruthless, that He drowned the entire earth to cleanse it of sin. This is a primitive projection of the human mind. Whenever things go wrong, whenever you suffer, you think somebody must be punishing you. You cannot take the responsibility of your own life. You want to throw the responsibility onto God, onto fate, onto past karmas. You say, I am poor because I committed sins in my past lives. This is a great consolation given by the priests. It protects the rich, it protects the exploiters, it protects the status quo. It tells the poor man, don't rebel against the king or the rich man. They are rich because they did good deeds in their past lives. You are poor because you were a sinner. Suffer patiently, accept your misery, and if you are obedient, in the next life you will be born a king. This is pure opium, a grand deception. People are not poor because of past karmas. People are poor because of an exploitative economic and political structure. But the priest does not want you to look at the real structure. He wants you to look at the sky. He wants you to look at a fictitious ledger book kept by a jealous god. Let this sink deeply into your being. Nobody is punished for their sins. We are punished by our sins. This is the authentic law of karma. Sin itself is its own punishment. Virtue itself is its own reward. It is not that you commit a sin today and after many lives you will suffer in hell. The punishment is instantaneous, then and there, immediate. When you are angry, you are in fire, you are in hell in that very moment. Your anger poisons your blood, disturbs your nervous system, destroys your tranquility, makes your soul an ugly, violent place. The suffering is immediate. You don't need to wait for a future hell. The hell has already happened in the act itself. And when you are loving, when you are in a state of compassion, when you are celebrating, the heaven is immediate. You are in heaven right now. It is a quality of your consciousness. It is a state of your being. It has nothing to do with geography, nothing to do with a place called heaven or hell in the sky or under the earth. But man lives in a deep, profound sleep. Friedrich Nietzsche used to tell a beautiful story about a madman who ran into the marketplace with a lantern in the bright morning hours, shouting, "I see God! I see God!" And the people who were standing around the atheists, the progressives, the modern intellectuals started laughing. They said, "Why? Did he get lost? Is he hiding from us? Has he gone on a voyage? Has he emigrated?" They yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his glances, shouting, "Whither is God? I shall tell you. We have killed him, you and I. All of us are his murderers. And now we are plunging continuously into nothingness. Do you not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night and more night coming on all the while? Must not lanterns be lit even in the morning? God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him." Then the madman fell silent and looked at his listeners, who stared at him in astonishment. Finally, he threw his lantern on the ground, and it broke and went out. "I come too early," he said. "My time has not come yet. This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering. It has not yet reached the ears of man. This deed is still more distant from them than the most distant stars, and they have done it themselves." This parable is of infinite significance. Nietzsche's madman was declaring the death of the old God, the God of the priest, the God of the moralist, the God of the Book of Enoch, the vengeful, jealous, dictatorial father figure who ruled through fear and guilt. That God is dead, certainly dead, and it is a great blessing that he is dead. But the problem is that the old building has been demolished. The old plastic canopy has been shattered, but you have not built a new temple yet. You are left in an existential vacuum, in an empty space, and it feels very cold, very meaningless. The old meaning given by the priest has gone, and you have not created your own authentic meaning yet. That's why you feel life is so meaningless. That's why you feel so sick and tired. That's why you are constantly looking for some shortcuts, some cheap tranquilizers, some new escape routes. Meaning does not exist beforehand. You have to invent it, you have to create it, you have to give birth to it. It is not lying there like a rock on the road that you can just go and find. It is like a song that has to be sung, like a dance that has to be danced. When you pour your total life energy into the present moment, when you love deeply, when you meditate deeply, when you live with absolute intensity, meaning is born. It is a flower that blooms in your own consciousness. You cannot borrow it from Buddha. You cannot borrow it from Jesus. You cannot find it in the Book of Enoch. If you borrow it, it will be a dead corpse. It will be a plastic flower with no fragrance, no life. Each individual has to become a creator of his own soul, a creator of his own face. You are born faceless. You are born as a blank sheet. Whatsoever you write on it will be your reality. If you don't write anything, if you simply wait like a beggar with a begging bowl, your sheet will remain blank and you will die a meaningless, hollow life. The Book of Enoch describes the angels as falling because they were attracted by the beauty of the earth. I say to you, their descent was not a fall, it was a natural process of life energy moving into manifestation. If you think it is a fall, you will always remain a no-sayer to life. You will always remain an ascetic, a masochist, torturing yourself in the hope of some future reward. There is a famous Sufi story about a man who came to a celebrated teacher, Imam Jafar Sadiq, and said, "First I followed this teacher and then that one. Next, I studied these books and then those. I feel that although I know nothing of you and your teachings, this experience has been slowly preparing me to learn from you." The master looked at him and said, "Nothing you have learnt in the past will help you here. If you are to stay with us, you will have to abandon all pride in the past." That is a form of self-congratulation. The man became very enthusiastic and said, "This is to me the proof that you are the great, the real and true teacher. For none whom I had met in the past has dared to deny the value of what I had studied before." But Bahauddin, the master, said, "This feeling is in itself unworthy. In accepting me so enthusiastically and without understanding, you are flattering yourself that you have perceptions which are in fact lacking in you." Let's look at the subtle games of the ego. The mind is very cunning. It always wants to remain on top. This pot is, even when it pretends to be humble, even when it pretends to accept the master, it is basically flattering itself that I am so intelligent, so perceptive, that I have recognized the true master. This is not surrender. This is another ego trip. True surrender means you drop all your past knowledgeability. You drop all your opinions. You drop your very self, and you become just an empty space, a nothingness. Only in that emptiness can the master function as a catalytic agent. The master does not do anything to you. He does not force anything upon you. He is simply an alive presence, a winged butterfly. Looking at him, sensing his vibe, tasting his presence, something that has been asleep in you for centuries starts waking up. It is an infection, a contact high. You turn on, you start pulsating in the same rhythm. This is the path of love, the path of heart wakefulness. It knows no techniques, it knows no dead rules, it only knows trust. The child trusts the mother naturally, spontaneously, because he knows he is part of her. The disciple trusts the master naturally, spontaneously, because he starts sensing that he is part of the same universal energy, that the master is just a wave that has arrived at the ocean, and he is a wave that is on the way. The difference is only of awareness, not of being. Your being is as rich as the master's being. You carry the same God within your heart, but you are fast asleep. You are snoring over your scriptures. You are dreaming beautiful dreams of knowledgeability. The master is here to disturb your sleep, to shatter your dreams, to hit you hard, so that you can come out of your dark cave of death and look into the open, sunlit sky of reality. The Book of Enoch tells us that the children of fornication were destroyed, that the angels were bound in chains under the earth. I say to you, your ego is the only thing that is bound in chains. Your mind is the only thing that lives in a dark dungeon under the earth. You have created these chains out of your own conditionings, out of your own fear and guilt. You have been taught by the society to remain a camel, a beast of burden, carrying the heavy load of dead traditions, dead morality, dead scriptures. Sannyas means becoming a lion, roaring against the authority, against the thou shalt not, against all the programming that has been forced upon you. Sannyas means breaking the chains, coming out of the prison, becoming an independent individual. But remember, being a lion is only the second stage. It is not the goal. If you remain a lion, you will always remain in a state of conflict, in a state of negative rebellion. You will be always angry, always fighting with the old. The old will still go on dominating you through your fight, because whatsoever you fight against, you remain attached to it. The enemy dominates you as much as the friend. The ultimate goal is to move from the lion to the child, the second childhood, the state of true innocence, of full emptiness. The child does not say yes out of obedience like the camel, and he does not say no out of rebellion like the lion. He simply responds spontaneously to the present moment, here now. He has no past, he carries no future, he is total in his action. Whatsoever he does with his whole heart, with his whole being. He is like a mirror, he reflects reality as it is, without any distortion, without any interpretation, without any filters. This state of the child is what Jesus called the kingdom of heaven, what Buddha called nirvana, what Sufis call fana. In this state, you are no more, only God is. The drop has fallen into the ocean, or the ocean has fallen into the drop. The separation has disappeared, the paradox is resolved. You have come home. Let us remain in this silent witnessing for a few moments. Let this message sink deeply into your heart. Don't think about it. Don't try to analyze it. Don't create a philosophy out of it. Just taste it, chew it. Let it become your blood and bones. Let it create a throb in your heart. And if tears come, allow them. Let them wash away all your past dust, all your past conditionings. Those tears are holy. They are your true prayer. They are preparing you for the great resurrection that is waiting for you just around the corner. To look at this ancient map with transparency, we must understand the specific anatomy of this celestial descent described in the 8th chapter of the Book of Enoch. The text lists the names of the angelic leaders and carefully details the exact arts they imparted to humanity. It says that Azazel taught men to make swords, knives, shields, and breastplates, making known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them. It says he also taught them the use of antimony, the beautifying of the eyelids, all kinds of costly stones, and coloring tinctures. Then it says Shemhaza taught enchantments and root cuttings. Armaros taught the resolving of enchantments. Barakijal taught astrology. Kokabel taught the constellations. Ezekiel taught the knowledge of the clouds. Arakiel the signs of the earth. Shamsiel the signs of the sun. and Sariel the course of the moon. And the text concludes that because of this, there arose much godlessness, and men committed fornication, and they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Look at this list of sins. It is incredibly revealing. The priest has always been terrified of anything that makes life beautiful, anything that makes life secure, anything that makes life intelligent, anything that makes you aware of the cosmic rhythms surrounding you. Why should making a sword be a sin? Why should metalworking be a sin? Why should cosmetics, the beautifying of the eyelids, the use of coloring tinctures be a sin? Why should the knowledge of the stars, the clouds, the sun, and the moon be labeled as a grand corruption? The reason is very deep, very fundamental. The religious establishment has always lived on your helplessness, on your absolute dependence. If you don't know how to defend yourself, you will be afraid, and in your fear, you will run to the priest to pray for your protection. If you don't know how to look beautiful, you will feel rejected, unworthy, unlovable, and in your deep inferiority, you will crawl into the church to beg for God's acceptance. If you don't know the secrets of the plants, the roots, the medicine, you will be ill. And in your physical suffering, you will look to the priest as a miraculous healer. If you don't know the rhythms of the cosmos, the movement of the sun, the moon, the stars, the clouds, you will live in a constant state of superstitious dread. When a thunderstorm breaks out, you will think God is angry with you because you did not finish your prunes. You will live like a small, terrified child, completely at the mercy of the natural elements and the institutional authorities who claim to speak on behalf of those elements. The angels did not bring corruption to the earth. They brought independence. They brought the first tools of science, the first tools of art, the first tools of aesthetic refinement. They helped the primitive larva of human consciousness to become a moving caterpillar. They brought dynamism, they brought choice, they brought the capacity to say no to the given reality. But the moment you become independent, the moment you have your own sword to defend yourself, your own cosmetics to beautify yourself, your own science to understand the world, the old patriarchal structure of the collective mind begins to shatter. The father figure is no longer needed. The jealous, dictatorial God who wants you to remain a blind, naked, helpless animal in his garden is threatened. That is why the establishment has always looked at science as a demonic invention. Galileo was persecuted, Socrates was poisoned, Bruno was burned alive at the stake. Why? What was their crime? Their crime was exactly the same as the crime of Azazel and the Watchers. They brought light into the darkness. They brought clarity into the fog. They brought logic and reason into the world of blind belief. The priest cannot tolerate logic. He cannot tolerate reason because all his dogmas are basically absurd, superstitious. If you bring a small candle of intelligence into his dark temple, all his ghosts and demons will simply disappear. His whole business will be ruined. So the story of Enoch says that because of this knowledge, men committed fornication and became corrupt. The word fornication is used by the priest to describe any natural, spontaneous flow of life energy that goes beyond his legal control. If you love a woman because her beauty stirs your heart, because her presence makes you full of joy, because your energies fall into a deep harmony with her energy, this is fornication for the priest. He says it is a sin unless it is stamped by his legal authority, unless it is bound by his marriage contract, unless it is conducted according to his ritualistic formulas. He wants to convert your living, organic love into a dead, institutional marriage. He wants to take the fragrance away and leave you with only a plastic flower. If you are listening to me with an open heart, if you are participating in this dance of consciousness, you will start seeing that the real corruption is not what the angels did, but what the priests have done to your mind. They have filled your head with grey, rotten theories, with dead words, with impossible ideals that have turned your whole life into a long, stretching nightmare of guilt. You are constantly hitting yourself, constantly punishing yourself because you cannot live up to their inhuman standards. You are in a constant state of inner civil war. And when you are in an inner civil war, your energy is wasted, your juice is dried up, you become a zombie, a living corpse. You can choose to support this work of undoing the priest's programming, of bringing humanity back to its pristine innocence and intelligence, by clicking the join button on your screen or by offering your support through super thanks. Your contribution is simply a way of sharing your love out of your own abundance, a natural flow of energy that helps us reach more thirsty souls across this global village. To enter into the true religiousness, we must pass through what Al-Ghazali called the third valley, the valley of the stumbling blocks. Once your own authentic conscience has arisen through the first two valleys, once you have dropped the borrowed morality of the society and started looking with your own eyes, you will be able to see all the blocks that exist in your life, you will see that you are surrounded by walls upon walls. The first block is the tempting world of things. The second is your attachment to people. The third is Satan, which is your own past mind. And the fourth is the ego. Let us understand these 4 stumbling blocks deeply, because they are the very spokes of the wheel of your bondage. The world of things is not bad in itself. Sufism is never against things. I am not against things. Things are perfectly beautiful. A beautiful house is good. A beautiful car is good. Good food is good. Comfortable clothes are good. But the problem arises when you become obsessed with them, when your whole desiring energy is invested in them. You think that by having more things you will become more. This is the fallacy of NAFS, the desire nature. You think that if you have a big bank balance, you will have a big soul. This is a complete misunderstanding. Things can only satisfy your bodily needs, your physical requirements. They cannot satisfy your spiritual hunger. If you invest all your energy in accumulating things, nothing will be left for the inner exploration. You will remain a very rich beggar. The second block is attachment to people. Again, remember, Sufism is never against love. It is all for love. But attachment is not love. Attachment is just the opposite of love. Attachment is an it relationship. It treats the other person as an object, as a possession, as a piece of property. When you are attached to a woman or a man, you want to close all her doors, you want to clip her wings, you want to put her in a cage so that she can never fly away from you. You are terrified of her freedom because her freedom means she can leave you any moment. Out of that terror, you destroy her beauty, you destroy her life, you convert her into an ugly, dead wife. And she does the same to you. She converts you into a dead, henpecked husband. Then you are both stuck in a cage, miserable, nagging, fighting with each other every day, and yet you call it a love relationship. This is not love. This is a mutual arrangement of slavery. True love gives freedom. True love is an I-thou relationship. It respects the uniqueness of the other. It respects the freedom of the other. It is not possessive. It is not demanding. It is a sharing of your joy out of your own abundance. The third block is Satan, which is nothing but your own past mind. The mind is a mechanism, a giant robot that has been programmed by your society, your parents, your church, your tradition. It has been your master for so long that it cannot accept your masterhood so easily. It waits and watches in the darkness of your unconsciousness. The moment you lose your alertness, the moment you fall into a slack moment, it jumps and takes total possession of you again. It starts pulling your strings from behind, and you become a puppet again, behaving in the same old, habitual, mechanical ways. All the stories about the devil tempting the saints are stories of their own past minds tempting them from within. There is no devil sitting outside. Your own past mind is the only devil there is. And the fourth block is the ego. This is the most subtle, the most dangerous block on the path of return. When you start growing spiritually, when you pass through a few valleys, when you become a little more conscious than the ordinary crowd, a very subtle, pious ego arises from nowhere. It says, "Look, I have become a saint. I am no longer ordinary. I am extraordinary. I am an elect one of God." And the danger is that it is true. You are extraordinary compared to the sleeping crowd. You have more light, you have more grace, you have more understanding. Because it is true, the ego can prove it to you logically, and you fall into the trap. This pious ego, this holy poison, is far more dangerous than the gross worldly ego. The worldly ego can be seen easily. It is very ugly, very loud. But this pious ego wears a religious garb. It speaks the language of humility. It kneels down in the dust. But deep down it is always comparing itself with others, always looking with eyes of condemnation at the sinners. If you get stuck with this pious ego, you will remain in the third valley forever. You will never be able to enter into the fourth valley, the valley of tribulations. To cross the third valley, you must not fight with these stumbling blocks. If you fight, you will be lost in the valley, because fighting means repression. If you fight with your ego, if you try to repress your lust for things or your attachment to people, they will go underground. They will hide in the basement of your unconsciousness, and they will go on poisoning your whole system. No, fighting is not the way. What is the way? The way is pure witnessing, choiceless awareness. Just look into the mechanism of the ego. Look into the mechanism of lust. Look into the mechanism of attachment with a cool scientific observation. Don't judge. Don't say this is good or this is bad. The moment you judge, you have chosen, you have taken a standpoint, and choice is the very breath of the mind. The ego cannot exist without choice. If you remain choicelessly aware, simply mirroring what is, the blocks will start melting on their own accord. the ice will become water and the river will start flowing again. The fourth valley is the valley of tribulations. This is the entry into the personal unconscious, the entry into the dark night of the soul. Up to the third valley, you were moving in the day part of your mind. Things were clear, visible, logical. Now, for the first time, you are descending into the night part of your mind, into the abyss of your own hidden darkness. Great fear arises here. A great existential doubt shakes your very foundations. You were seeking for more light. You were seeking for samadhi and satori. And instead of light, this dark night has completely overwhelmed you. All your old certainties disappear. All your old knowledge becomes irrelevant. The very earth underneath your feet slips away. You feel as if you are drowning in a bottomless ocean. In this dark night, the mind will say to you, escape, go back. This religious trip is absolute nonsense. You were perfectly happy in the world. You had a secure job. You had a family. You had money. You had pleasure. What have you done to yourself? You have lost all and you have fallen into this horrible darkness. Go back to your old ways. This doubt will be very powerful, very convincing. If you don't have a master with you in this moment, you will surely escape. You will turn back and run into your old prison, because the prison at least was familiar, comfortable, convenient. You knew how to live in it. This darkness is utterly unfamiliar, insecure. A master is an absolute necessity in the fourth valley, because he can hold your hand in this dark night and say to you, don't be afraid, relax. This darkness is not against light. This darkness is the first glimpse of the divine. It looks dark only because it is too dazzling for your small, unaccustomed eyes. It is like looking at the sun, it blinds you, it looks like darkness. Don't create an armor, don't defend yourself against it. Melt into it, dissolve into it. Fall into a deep let go. If you can trust the Master in that moment of absolute darkness, if you can surrender your will to His guidance, the fourth valley is crossed. You have passed the bridge. You have moved from the personal conscious into the personal unconscious, and you are getting ready for the greatest death, the death of the self in the fifth valley. The fifth valley is the thundering valley, the valley of total death, where you enter into the collective unconscious. In the fourth valley, you lost the world. You lost light, you lost your past, but you were still there as an observer. In the fifth valley, your very center starts melting. Your very I starts disappearing. You feel as if you are being annihilated utterly. Great cosmic storms blow around you, thunderclaps shake your very being, and you don't know where you are and who you are. The personal identity is completely gone. The negative part of the fifth valley is that you may start clinging to the self out of sheer terror. You want to hold on to something, anything, just to feel that I am. This is where the last desperate fight of the ego takes place. If you cling, you fall back into the fourth valley. The positive part is that you should remember the teachings of all the Buddhas and all the Christs, Fana, Anatta, no self. You must be willing to die voluntarily, joyously, gracefully. You must see that the self is the only hell there is, that the ego is the only prison there is. Why hold on to a prison? Why hold on to a disease? Let it die. Let it disappear. The seed must die for the tree to be born. The river must lose its identity for the ocean to happen. When you are ready to die in the fifth valley, you enter into the sixth valley, the abysmal valley. In the sixth valley, the death has happened. You are no more. You are just a pure emptiness, an empty sky, a nothingness. This is the state of crucifixion. You can see your own corpse lying there on the earth. You are dead. And yet a strange kind of knowing continues. You are no more a person. You are no more an individual. You are just a pure witnessing energy. The negative part of the sixth valley is the complaint. This is exactly what happened to Jesus on the cross. At the last moment, when all was disappearing and the darkness was total, he looked at the sky and shouted, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. My God, why hast thou forsaken me? Why hast thou abandoned me? This is the human part, the Son of Man complaining. He had carried his cross, he had suffered all the humiliations, he had done all that was asked of him, and this was the reward, to be killed on a cross in absolute isolation. The complaint arose, but he was a man of supreme awareness, a man of the fourth and fifth valleys. He immediately saw the point. He immediately saw that this complaint was the last trace of the ego, the last spoke of the wheel. He dropped it instantly. He relaxed, he surrendered, and his very next words were, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. The moment complaint changes into gratitude, the moment resistance changes into total surrender, the sixth valley is crossed. You have died as man and you are born as God. The crucifixion is complete and the resurrection has happened. You enter into the seventh valley, the valley of the hymns, the valley of total cosmic orgasm, the valley of absolute celebration. In this valley there is no I and no thou, no subject and no object. Only love is, only light is, only life is. You have become that for which you have been seeking for millions of lives. You have become the whole. Look into your own life, my friends, and see where you are. Are you still a camel carrying the heavy load of dead knowledge and dead morality? If you are a camel, start learning how to say no. Start becoming a lion. Don't be afraid of the rebellion. But if you have become a lion, if you have been a rebel, don't get stuck in your negative roaring. Come to a master. Look into his eyes and learn the art of surrender, the art of becoming a child again. Sannyas is nothing but this second childhood, innocent, total, full of wonder and awe, ready to take the quantum leap into the unknown. Our e-books are available for you to read and contemplate these mysteries in your own silent rooms, to help you prepare for this inner journey. You can read them, meditate upon them, and let them become a light on your path. But remember, the real work has to be done by you in your own being here now. Don't postpone it for tomorrow. Don't postpone it for the next life. This very moment is the only moment there is. I see that many of you are listening with great empathy, that tears are coming to your eyes. Allow those tears to flow totally. Let them wash away all your past dust, all your past conditionings. Those tears are holy. They are the first whisperings of your spiritual heart opening up. Let them become a dance. Let them become a song. Let them become your ultimate surrender into this vast ocean of existence. We will go deeper into this cosmic mystery of death and resurrection as we proceed. For now, just be here now. Be in a deep let go and let the universal energy use you as a hollow bamboo to sing its song of eternal joy. To look at this map of the inner pilgrimage with absolute clarity, we must now move deeper into the fifth section of the Book of Enoch, known as the Epistles of Enoch. In the 94th and 98th chapters of this ancient manuscript, a series of terrifying woes and curses are pronounced upon the wealthy, the sinners, and those who alter the words of uprightness. The text says, "Woe to those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation, for they shall be suddenly overthrown, and they shall have no peace." Woe to those who build their houses with sin, for from all their foundations shall they be overthrown, and by the sword shall they fall. Woe to you, ye rich, for ye have trusted in your riches, and from your riches shall ye depart, because ye have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches. Ye have committed blasphemy and unrighteousness, and have become ready for the day of slaughter, and the day of darkness, and the day of the great judgment. Look at these fierce, thunderous curses. They sound exactly like the words of a violent, angry revolutionary. But if you listen to them with the ears of the head, you will only see an external social morality. You will think that Enoch is talking about a political struggle between the rich and the poor, between the oppressor and the oppressed. That is the misunderstanding of the collective mind. The second mind always interprets everything in terms of external structures, in terms of laws, economics, and politics. That is why Karl Marx got stuck in the second mind. He thought that by changing the external economic structure of society, by taking wealth away from the rich and giving it to the poor, humanity would be saved. He did not see that the rich man and the poor man both carry the same desire nature, the same nafs inside their hearts. If you make the poor man rich, he will become exactly like the rich man. He will become an oppressor, an exploiter, a hoarder. The outer skin changes, but the inner disease remains untouched. When Enoch says, "Woe to you, ye rich, for ye have trusted in your riches," he is not talking about money as such. Money is just a piece of paper, a metal coin. It is neutral. It has no soul of its own. He is talking about the psychological state of hoarding, the state of trusting in the material container rather than the inner content. Why does a man become obsessed with accumulating gold, silver, houses, and land? Why does he spend his whole life, his whole precious life energy in a cutthroat competition to have more and more? It is because he is terrified of his inner emptiness. He looks within himself and he finds nothing but a dark, bottomless abyss, an absolute silence. This emptiness frightens him, scares him out of his wits. He feels that he is a nobody, a nothingness, a passing breath. To hide this nothingness from his own eyes, to create a false front of solidity and significance, he starts stuffing his life with material possessions. He thinks, "I have 10 million rupees, so I must be someone. I have a grand palace, so my soul must be very big. I have a high status in the society, so I am highly valuable." He creates a false identity, a plastic ego out of his riches. But this is a great deception, a beautiful mirage. Your riches are on the outside. They belong to the body. They belong to the world of things. How can an external thing give significance to an internal being? It is impossible. You can have all the wealth of the world and you will remain as hollow, as empty, as miserable inside as any beggar on the street. In fact, you will be more miserable because the beggar can always hope that tomorrow, when he gets money, he will be happy. His hope remains alive. But the rich man has already got the money. He has already achieved his goal, and yet the happiness has not arrived. The inner wasteland is as dry as ever. His hope is dead. He has come to the very end of his desire, and he has found nothing but frustration. This is the real curse that Enoch is talking about. The curse is built in. It is not that a jealous God is going to punish you for being rich. Your very richness, your very trust in your riches becomes your ultimate punishment. It leaves you dead years before your actual burial. If you are listening to me with an open heart, if you are letting these words vibrate in your innermost core, you will start seeing that the real treasure is not what you can possess on the outside, but what you can be on the inside. True wealth is your own awareness, your own love, your own capacity to celebrate the present moment, here now. If you feel a deep gratitude for these insights, if you want to support this work of bringing humanity back to its primal innocence and wisdom, you can naturally choose to participate in our commune by clicking the join button on your screen, or by offering your support through super thanks. You can also read our e-books to dive deeper into these mystical realms. But always remember, this is never an obligation. It is just a sharing of your love out of your own abundance, a natural flow of energy from one heart to another. For those who are ready to take the quantum leap, the dropping of the material obsession is not a sacrifice. It is a great relief. You simply throw away the heavy load of dead stones that you have been carrying on your back, and you start flying into the open sky of freedom. The Book of Enoch tells us that those who write down lying and godless words, who pervert the words of uprightness and transgress the eternal law, shall have no peace but die a sudden death. Who are these people who write down lying and godless words? They are the theologians, the scholars, the pundits, the makers of religious dogmas. They have systematically constructed the concept of sin and guilt to create a mass neurosis in human consciousness. They have taken the apocryphal texts, the hidden books of wisdom, and they have banned them, denounced them, burned them. Why? Why was the Book of Enoch excluded from the biblical canon? Why was the Gospel of Thomas suppressed by the Orthodox Church? Why did they choose only 4 Gospels and reject all the others as heretical, apocryphal, dangerous? They suppressed them because these apocryphal writings reveal a dangerous truth. They reveal that the kingdom of heaven is an internal reality, a subjective awakening. They reveal that you don't need a church, you don't need a pope, you don't need a legalistic rabbi, you don't need any institutional mediator between you and God. They reveal that God is the very life energy that throbs in your heart, that flows in the trees, that dances in the rivers. If you come to know this truth, if you realize your own internal divinity, the whole business of the priest is ruined in a single moment. You will no longer go to his church to confess your sins. You will no longer give him money to buy your salvation. You will no longer allow him to dominate your life through fear and guilt. You will become a rebel, a lion, to protect their own power structure, to protect their own vested interests. The priests have always censored the books of true wisdom. They have given you a false plastic god, a super disciplinarian who loves your fear and hates your joy. This is what I call the construction of sin. They have made your very nature a sin. They say sex is sin, love is sin, laughter is sin, beauty is sin, intelligence is sin. Whatsoever is natural, healthy, and beautiful has been labeled as a grand corruption. And why have they done this? Because if you feel guilty about your natural impulses, you will always remain weak, trembling, insecure. You will lose all respect for yourself. You will think, I am dirty, I am a sinner, I am unworthy of God's love. And when you lose all respect for yourself, you become a perfect slave. Anyone can manipulate you. Anyone can dominate you. The parents can dominate you. The boss can dominate you. The politician can dominate you. The priest can dominate you. You will live a life of absolute conformity, a life of robopathology, behaving like a mechanical puppet, an automaton. To understand this mechanism is to drop it. There is no need to fight with your guilt. There is no need to make a great effort to overcome it. Just see the politics of it. See the deep cunningness of the priest behind it. And in that very seeing, the guilt will simply evaporate from your consciousness. It is a false cloud created by your society to keep you in a state of sleep. Once you fall awake, the cloud is no more there. Then you look into your nature with absolute clarity, with no judgment, with no condemnation. You see that your body is a beautiful temple of God, that your senses are the very windows through which the divine looks at the world. You open all the windows, you let the fresh breeze flow in, you let the sun shine in, you become a yes-sayer to life. Life is a hidden harmony of opposites. This is one of the most profound insights of Heraclitus. He says that existence is a constant tension between polarities, between day and night, summer and winter, life and death, good and evil, light and darkness. These opposites are not really enemies. They are complementary to each other. They are like the two shores of a river. The river can only flow between the two shores. If you destroy one shore, the river will disappear completely. If you only want the day and you are against the night, you will go mad. The night is needed for rest, for relaxation, for going back into the unmanifest source of energy. The day is needed for expression, for creativity, for manifestation. They together create the rhythm of existence. But the moralistic mind, the puritanical mind, does not understand this hidden harmony. The Puritan wants a static world, a world where only the day exists and the night is completely denied. He wants a world where only the saint exists and the sinner is completely destroyed. He wants a world of absolute dead perfectionism. This perfectionism is a neurosis. It is a state of madness. Because he cannot accept the opposite, he is constantly in a state of inner civil war. He represses his anger, he represses his sexuality, he represses his greed, he represses his fear. And the more he represses them, the more they accumulate in his unconsciousness, becoming a venomous pocket of hostility. He becomes a hard, dense, thick rock. He loses all sensitivity, all fluidity, all grace. He cannot laugh, he cannot dance, he cannot love. He becomes a holy monster. Look at the so-called saints in your traditional monasteries. They look so dry, so dead, so joyless. They have no humming sound in their organism. They are like dead desert land where nothing grows. And yet, you worship them as spiritual people. They are not spiritual. They are simply robopaths who have succeeded in committing a slow, gradual suicide over many years. They have killed their life energy because they were too afraid of the complexity of life, too afraid of the hidden harmony of opposites. They wanted to remain safe, secure, comfortable in their dead rules and disciplines. They have built their houses upon the sand of dead morality. And when the great winds of life blow, when the great floods of existence come, their houses are suddenly overthrown, and great is the fall of them. A true sage is totally different. He lives in the middle of the opposites, in a state of perfect equilibrium. like a tightrope walker. Have you ever seen a tightrope walker? He is constantly on the move, constantly balancing himself. He never remains static. If he leans too much to the left, he immediately changes his balance and leans to the right. If he leans too much to the right, he immediately leans to the left. By leaning to the left and to the right, by leaning towards both extremes, he keeps himself in the exact middle. This is the art of being a child again, the art of being a sage. The sage accepts both the left and the right. He accepts both the day and the night. He accepts both his humanity and his divinity. He is not a perfectionist. He is a whole person. He is completely fluid, spontaneous, responsive to the present moment. I have heard a beautiful story about a Sufi mystic who was walking through a forest with his disciple. They came across a deep ravine, and across the ravine was a single narrow log of wood serving as a bridge. The disciple became very much afraid. He stood there trembling and said, "Master, I cannot cross this bridge. It is too narrow and the ravine is bottomless. A single wrong step and I am gone forever. How do you cross it so easily?" The master laughed, took hold of the disciple's hand, and simply walked across the log as if he were walking on a broad highway. He was perfectly relaxed. His body was fluid. His movements were graceful. When they reached the other side, the disciple fell at his feet and said, "Master, this is a miracle. You must have some magical powers, some siddhis that protect you from falling." The master said, "Don't be foolish. I have no magical powers, no siddhis at all. The only thing I know is the art of not being stiff, the art of not resisting. When I walk on the log, I don't carry any ready-made rule in my head about how to walk. I don't say to myself, I must remain exactly in the middle. If my body leans a little bit to the left, I simply allow it to lean to the left and then I adjust. If it leans to the right, I allow it to lean to the right and then I adjust. I am continuously adjusting moment to moment out of my present awareness. You are stiff because you are afraid. You have a fixed idea in your head that you must remain perfectly straight, and that very stiffness makes you top heavy and you lose your balance. Your own fear is your enemy, not the narrow log, not the bottomless ravine. This is the whole secret of the third metamorphosis, becoming the child. The child is not stiff. He is very flexible, very resilient. If a child falls down while playing, he rarely gets hurt because his body is relaxed, fluid. he does not resist the fall. But if an adult falls down, he immediately breaks his bones. Because he resists, he becomes stiff out of fear. Your whole so-called moral life is a life of stiffness, a life of an armor. You are continuously protecting yourself against your own nature, against your own life energy. This stiffness is your misery. It is giving you the shits. You go on saying that you are completely fed up with it, but you are not really fed up with it yet. If you were totally fed up with it, you would simply let it go. You would peel it off like an onion skin and throw it into the dust. You would become a zero, a nothingness, an empty space. But you are afraid of the emptiness. You are afraid that if you let go of your armor, if you let go of your mind, if you let go of your knowledgeability, you will be lost completely. Who is going to protect you then? You want some explanations, some ready-made maps, some assurances from the blue before you can take the jump. There are no assurances in life, no guarantees in reality. The only guarantee is that if you remain a camel, you will die a miserable, unfulfilled life. If you want to know what lies beyond the desert, you will have to raise your vapor into the welcoming arms of the wind. You will have to allow yourself to be absorbed in the unknown. It is a gamble, a great gamble. Sannyas is that gamble. It is a conscious decision to commit suicide as an ego, so that you can be born anew as a spirit. Look into your own life and see how many ready-made answers you are carrying in your head. When a situation faces you, do you really respond to it out of your present awareness? Or do you simply react out of your past memory, out of your accumulated knowledge? If you react out of the past, your response is never going to be adequate. It will always be a cultural lag. You will be always late. You will always miss the train. Life is new each moment. It is a constantly flowing current, a stream of consciousness. It never repeats itself, but your mind is old, rotten, full of yesterday's garbage. When the old mind tries to meet the new life, there is no bridge, no communion. There is only a collision, a clash, and out of that clash arises your anxiety, your depression, your meaninglessness. The Book of Enoch tells us that in the end, a generation of righteousness shall arise, and transgression shall be destroyed, and sin shall pass away from the earth, and all manner of good shall come upon it. Who is this generation of righteousness? It is not the generation of your so-called moralists, your Puritans, your churchgoers. It is the generation of those who have passed through the third metamorphosis, who have become like children again, innocent, unconditioned, free-floating totalities. It is the generation of the rebels, the sages, the men of true internal religiousness. When you become an individual, when you drop out of the mass mind, when you stand on your own feet in absolute aloneness, then for the first time you become capable of true communication, true dialogue. In your aloneness, you are no longer separate from the whole. The separation was created by your ego, by your false identity of belonging to a certain crowd, a certain church, a certain country. When all those labels are stripped away from your being, when you are just a pure nothingness, a zero, suddenly you find that you are not separate at all. The sky inside you and the sky outside you are one and the same sky. The wall has been broken down, the prison has disappeared. You are the whole universe, and the whole universe is you. This is the fourth mind, the universal mind. In the universal mind, a new kind of love is born, what Sufis call Mahabba, what Christians call agape. It is not a relationship, it is a state of your being. You don't love a particular person against others. You are simply love, just as the sun is light. The sun does not shine for a particular person. It does not say, I will give my light only to the saint and I will withhold it from the sinner. It simply shines for all unconditionally. It is its very nature to shine. When your love becomes your very nature, when it becomes an unconditional overflowing of your life juices out of your own abundance, then it is Mahabba, then it is prayer. Then you don't go to a temple to pray. Your very breath is a prayer. Your very walk is a dance. Your very look is a blessing. Whosoever comes close to you is nourished by your fragrance. He does not know from where it is coming, it is invisible, but he feels turned on, he starts feeling a contact high. This is the real work that we are doing here in this Buddha field. We are creating a new kind of humanity, a new generation of righteousness, the generation of the new man. The old man is ready to commit global suicide. He has arranged for his own destruction through his giant machines of war, his advanced sciences of death, his rotten politics of greed and power. The old man cannot continue anymore. His time is over. Either humanity disappears from this planet completely, or a new mind is born, a mind that is free from all adjectives, free from all labels, a mind of primal innocence and cosmic intelligence. My whole interest is in helping you slip out of your old skin, helping you to drop your old, rotten robopathology, and helping you to give birth to this new man within your own being. It is an arduous journey, a journey through 7 valleys, and at each step the danger of falling back is great. The mind will try in every possible way to deceive you, to give you false explanations, to find loopholes so that you can protect your old ego. It will say to you, "You are doing very well. Look, you have understood so much. You are far more advanced than others." This is self-congratulation, a very subtle trick of the mind. Beware of it. Don't listen to your mind when it praises you, and don't listen to your mind when it condemns you. Just watch it, witness it. Let it be there like a cloud passing in the sky. You are the sky, not the cloud. You are the witness, not the witnessed. When Enoch saw the vision of the heavenly tablets, he read everything which was written and understood the book of all the deeds of mankind. This reading of the heavenly tablets is a metaphor for reading your own internal blueprint, your own innermost core of consciousness. Everything is written there. All that you have been, all that you are, and all that you can be is fully present within you right now. You don't need to go to any external authority to read your destiny. Just close your windows, close your doors, enter into your secret closet, the space of no language, no verbalization, and look directly into your own mirror. In that absolute silence, the hidden becomes unhidden. The unmanifest becomes manifest, and you come to know who you are. For the first time, you find your true identity. The people of the ordinary world always want some explanations, some definitions before they can take a step. They ask, what is sannyas? What is meditation? What is love? What is God? I say to you, there are no explanations for these things. They are not things at all. They are experiencing processes. If you want to know what love is, love. If you want to know what meditation is, meditate. If you want to know what sannyas is, take the jump and become a sannyasin. There is no other way. A guaranteed truth is a lie. If somebody gives you a guarantee, he is a charlatan, a cheat. He is playing a political game with you. I have no guarantees to give you, no promises to make to you. I can only offer you my own fire, my own drunkenness, my own life energy. If you are courageous enough to come close and catch the infection, you will be transformed, transfigured, resurrected. Let your waiting be a joyous waiting, a thrilled expectancy. Don't be impatient. Don't ask why it is taking so long. The length of the journey depends on your own resistance, on your own non-cooperation. If you are totally open, if you drop all your defenses right now, in this very moment, the goal is achieved. There is no time gap needed. Eternity is here and now. The sky and the earth are already meeting within your own heart. There is no ladder needed to bridge them. Just open your eyes and see the hidden harmony that surrounds you from everywhere. Let your whole being say a deep, profound yes to this reality, and all your miseries, all your anxieties, all your meaningless nightmares will simply disappear like smoke in the morning sun. The container is only a shell, a vehicle, a passage, and if you get too attached to it, you miss the very treasure it was meant to hold. This is what has happened to all the organized religions of the world. They have fallen in love with the container, the church, the dogma, the legalistic ritual, and they have completely forgotten the living content. The Book of Enoch describes this beautifully in its grand mythological descriptions of the cosmic order, the heavenly tablets, and the mysterious movement of the luminaries. It says that the angel Uriel showed Enoch the portals of heaven through which the sun and the moon rise and set, accurately completion of their courses according to their separate seasons, years, and world stations. It says there are 12 portals open in the circumference of the sun's chariot, through which the rays break forth to diffuse warmth and life over the earth. And everything is measured with absolute exactness in 364 days, without advancing or delaying by a single day unto eternity. Look at this cosmic machinery. The sun rises in its appointed month. It passes through the 4th portal, then the 5th, then the 6th, and the days become longer and the nights become shorter, and everything follows a mathematical by the hypothesis, predictable, unchangeable law. This is the world of the macrocosm, the universe functioning in perfect harmony. But why does the human mind look at this vast mathematical harmony with such great fear and anxiety? Why does it create a separate, isolated ego that tries to protect itself against this infinite flow? The reason is that man lives in the third mind, the individual mind, which is a state of constant division. The sun knows no division. The moon knows no division. The trees and the rivers simply flow with the whole. They don't have a separate I that says, I am separate from the rest of the forest. I must protect myself. I must store up water for tomorrow. I must compete with the neighboring trees for more sunlight. Because they have no ego, they are always in a state of absolute relaxation, in a state of perpetual bliss. Man has broken away from this natural harmony. He has eaten the fruit of the tree of knowledge. He has become civilized. He has gathered names and forms and labels, and now he is trapped in his own small private world of thoughts and desires. He has created a false center, a plastic ego, which is always in a state of calculation. He thinks, today I have this much, tomorrow I must have more. Today this person loves me, tomorrow he may leave me, so I must possess him, I must chain him. He lives in a constant, feverish tension about the future and a deep, nostalgic clinging to the past. He completely misses the present moment, which is the only real time there is. If you want to drop this heavy, agonizing armor of the mind, if you want to fall back into the infinite rhythm of the universe, you must learn the art of being total, the art of being like a child. And this is what we are doing here in this unique laboratory of consciousness. If you feel a deep love for this space, if you feel that your life is being transformed by these words, you can naturally choose to participate in this energetic field by clicking the join button on your screen or by offering your support through super thanks. You can also read our ebooks to dig deeper into these ancient, forbidden mysteries. But always remember, this is never a demand, never an enforcement. It is just a natural sharing of love out of your own abundance, a beautiful flow of energy from heart to heart. To understand the journey from the individual mind to the cosmic mind, let us meditate on a beautiful ancient Sufi parable, the tale of the sands. A stream from its source in far-off mountains, passing through every kind and description of countryside, at last reached the sands of the desert. Just as it had crossed every other barrier, mountains, rocks, valleys, the stream tried to cross this one too, but it found as it ran into the sand, its waters disappeared. It was convinced, however, that its destiny was to cross this desert, and yet there was no way. Now a hidden voice, coming from the desert itself, whispered, "The wind crosses the desert, and so can the stream." The stream objected that it was dashing itself against the sand, and only getting absorbed, that the wind could fly, and this was why it could cross a desert. By hurtling in your own accustomed way, you cannot get across, the whisper said. You will either disappear or become a marsh. You must allow the wind to carry you over to your destination. But how could this happen? The stream asked. By allowing yourself to be absorbed in the wind. This idea was not acceptable to the stream. After all, it had never been absorbed before. It did not want to lose its individuality. And once having lost it, how was it to know that it could ever be regained? The wind said the sand, performs this function. It takes up water, carries it over the desert, and then lets it fall again. Falling as rain, the water again becomes a river. How can I know that this is true? Asked the stream. It is so, and if you do not believe it, you cannot become more than a quagmire. And even that could take many, many years. And it certainly is not the same as a stream. But can I not remain the same stream that I am today? The stream asked. You cannot in either case remain so, the whisper said. Your essential part is carried away and forms a stream again. You are called what you are even today because you do not know which part of you is the essential one. When he heard this, certain echoes began to arise in the thoughts of the stream. Dimly, he remembered a state in which he or some part of him had been held in the arms of a wind. He also remembered, or did he, that this was the real thing, not necessarily the obvious thing to do. And the stream raised his vapor into the welcoming arms of the wind, which gently and easily bore it upwards and along, letting it fall softly as soon as they reached the roof of a mountain many, many miles away. And because he had had his doubts, the stream was able to remember and record more strongly in his mind the details of the experience. He reflected, yes, now I have learned my true identity. The stream was learning, but the sands whispered, we know because we see it happen day after day, and because we, the sands, extend from the riverside all the way to the mountain. And that is why it is said that the way in which the stream of life is to continue on its journey is written in the sands. This is an incredibly beautiful, profound parable. It is the whole story of your life, the whole story of every seeker. You are that stream of consciousness. You have come from far off mountains, from the ultimate source, which is God. You have been flowing for centuries, through many, many lives, passing through all kinds of landscapes. You have been a rock, a tree, an animal, a bird, and you have gathered much experience. You have learned how to cross over hard obstacles, how to bypass mountains, how to cut through valleys. Your past experience has made you very clever, very skillful, very knowledgeable. But then one day in your journey, you come across the desert. The desert is the existential vacuum. The desert is the state of meaninglessness. The desert is when you have achieved all that the world can give to you: wealth, power, family, status, and suddenly you find that everything has become dry, empty, hollow, Your past knowledge does not work here. Your old accustomed ways of thinking and fighting don't help you to cross this desert. The more you try to hurtle forward in your old habitual ways, the more your water is absorbed by the sand. You are simply disappearing, becoming a dry, dirty quagmire. In that moment of crisis, when your whole past becomes irrelevant, a hidden voice whispers from the desert itself. The crisis itself gives you the key. It says to you, you cannot cross this desert in your old accustomed way. You will have to let go of your identity. You will have to allow yourself to be absorbed by the wind. The wind is the master. The wind is the cosmic energy. The wind is the vertical dimension of life. But the stream is terrified of losing its identity. It says, I want to remain the same stream that I am today. If I disappear into the wind, who knows whether I will ever come back? What is the guarantee? What is the proof? This is your fear too, my friends. You come to me, you feel the pull of my presence. You smell the fragrance of this Buddha field. Your heart starts pulsating with a new longing. But then the old mind comes in and says, beware, this is dangerous. If you surrender to this man, you will lose your freedom, you will lose your individuality, you will become a slave. Don't take this risk. But you don't have any individuality yet. What you call your individuality is nothing but your ego, a plastic, synthetic creation of your society. It is not your true identity. Your true identity is hidden deep behind this ego canopy, and it can be found only when the false is dropped. The desert tells the stream, you cannot remain the same stream anyway. If you don't trust the wind, you will become a stagnant marsh, a foul-smelling quagmire, and even then the stream will be gone. Change is inevitable. Movement is the very nature of life. You cannot stop it. You cannot remain static. The only choice you have is either to die a cowardly death as a quagmire or to die a courageous death into the arms of the wind, to evaporate into the vertical dimension so that you can be resurrected as a fresh, young river on the peaks of the high mountains. Look at the beauty of this selection. The stream had its doubts, but it had the intelligence to see through its own confusion. It remembered dimly that somewhere, in some faraway moment, it had been held in the arms of the wind. This is what your intuition is. You have a hidden memory of your original home. You have a faint, dim remembrance of the time when you were one with the whole, when you were in the mother's womb, or when you were just a part of the unmanifest cosmic energy. That memory is what keeps your search alive. That memory is what brings you to a master. And when the stream raised its vapor into the welcoming arms of the wind, it disappeared from the earth. It became invisible to the camels on the shore, but it was borne gently and easily upwards and along, and it fell softly as rain on the high mountain peaks many, many miles away. It became a fresh, young, vibrant river again. This is what sannyas is. This is the transformation that happens when you drop your old habitual no-saying mind and say a deep, total yes to the Master. You disappear as an ego. You lose your false identity, but you find your true eternal being. You become a child again, innocent, total, full of wonder and ecstasy. The Book of Enoch describes this same ultimate state of the righteous when it talks about the tree of wisdom and the plant of righteousness. It says that in the last days, when the judgment is consummated over the watchers and the godless, wisdom shall be given to the elect, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. It says, they shall complete the number of the days of their life in peace, and their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace all the days of their life. Now, look at the word righteousness. The priest has interpreted this word to mean a hard, rigid, moralistic character. He says a righteous man is one who follows all the rules of the scriptures, who never commits a mistake, who tortures his body through fasting and austerities, who lives a dry, joyless life of constant self-punishment. This is not the righteousness that Enoch is talking about. And this is not the righteousness that Jesus is talking about. This traditional moralistic righteousness is a disease. It is part of robopathology. It makes you an ugly, self-righteous, holier-than-thou monster. True righteousness means to be in a state of rightness, to be in harmony with your own nature, to be in tune with the universal energy. It has nothing to do with rules and regulations given from the outside. It is a spontaneous, innocent flowering of your own awareness. When you are aware, your actions are naturally good because an aware consciousness cannot do any wrong. When your eyes are open and there is light in the room, you don't try to get out through the wall. You go through the door naturally, spontaneously, without any effort, without any choice. You don't need a guidebook to tell you where the door is. Only a blind man or a man who is in absolute darkness needs to grope and ask for rules and regulations. Should I move to the left? Should I move to the right? Am I going in the correct direction? The traditional moralist is a blind man trying to find the door through a legalistic code book. The man of awareness has opened his eyes. He has light inside his house, and he moves gracefully, beautifully, in perfect harmony with existence. The Book of Enoch tells us that when the righteous enter into the holy place, the fragrance of the tree of wisdom shall be in their bones. This fragrance in the bones is a grand, beautiful metaphor. It means that your religiousness has gone so deep that it is no longer just a surface makeup, no longer just a verbal philosophy in your head, no longer just a Sunday behavior. It has penetrated your very biology. It has entered into your blood, your flesh, your bones, your marrow. It has become your very texture. You breathe it, you walk it, you live it. Even when you are fast asleep, that fragrance continues to be released by your being. You are in a constant state of prayer, in a constant state of zikr, remembrance. You don't have to repeat Allah, Allah, Allah or Ram, Ram, Ram mechanically. Your very presence is a chant. Your very silence is a song. To attain to this fragrance in the bones, you will have to pass through a deep process of unlearning. All that you have gathered from the outside, all your knowledge, all your beliefs, all your prejudices must be completely burned away. You have to become an empty space, a nothingness. And this is what frightens people. They come to me and they say, "We are ready to learn from you, Osho, but why do you tell us to drop all our past studies? Why do you tell us that our knowledge is a barrier?" They are like that Mullah Firoz in the dialogue with the Sufi master Ajnabi. They have written a long letter full of their intellectual arguments and ideas, and the master says, "I have no time to engage in correspondence, and therefore have nothing to say to his letter." The disciple says, "Is it your intention to annoy him with this letter?" And the master says, "Yes. My purpose in writing the passage which angers him was to anger such as he." When he was enraged at what I wrote, he did not observe his own anger, which was my intention. He thought that he was observing me, whereas he was only feeling angry. Now I write again to arouse his anger so that he will see that he is angry. The objective is for the man to realize that my work is a mirror in which he sees himself. This is the alchemy of a master. He is a mirror. He does not give you anything new to learn. He simply reflects your own face, your own inside reality to you. If you are full of anger, His words will provoke your anger. They will bring your anger to the surface. If you are full of ego, his actions will shatter your ego. They will wound your pride. If you are a hypocrite, his presence will expose your hypocrisy. And when you feel annoyed, when you feel angry, when you feel hurt, you immediately throw the responsibility onto the master. You say, this man is rude, this man is violent, this man is ill-intentioned. He has insulted me. You don't see that the master has only pushed a button, that the anger was already there inside you, hidden behind your beautiful, polite mask of respectability. The master has only exposed your inner disease. He has only brought the pus out of your wound so that it can be healed. He is a surgeon and his operation hurts. It is bound to hurt. If you escape from the mirror out of your pride, if you cancel your darshan, if you leave the ashram because your ego is hurt, you have missed a grand opportunity for transformation. You have chosen to remain an ugly, false, fake being, living in your own comfortable, convenient hell. But if you have the courage of a lion, if you have the intensity of a true seeker, you will look into the mirror and you will feel thankful. You will say, thank you, Master, for showing me my ugliness. I was completely oblivious to it. I was thinking that I am a very good, holy, virtuous person, and you have exposed all the snakes and scorpions that I have been hiding inside my heart. Now I see them, and because I see them, they can be dropped. Now I can clean my house. Now I can wash my being with my own tears. This is the connection between truth and tears that Michael Gottlieb was asking about. When your truth is touched, when your original face is reflected in the mirror of the Master, tears come naturally, spontaneously. Those tears are not of sadness. Those tears are of a deep, profound unburdening. It is your heart overflowing, your heart weeping out all the past accumulated poison of centuries. Those tears are innocent. They are uncorrupted by your logical, calculating mind. They come from the very depth of your soul. Allow them a total flow. Don't be embarrassed by them. Don't try to hide them behind a false, manly smile. Let them rain. Let them wash your eyes so that your vision can become transparent. Through those tears, you are being initiated into the world of the real. Through those tears, you are becoming a child again. The Book of Enoch tells us that in the pleasant land, a new house shall be built for the Lord of the sheep, greater and loftier than the first. And all its pillars shall be new, and all its ornaments shall be new, and all the sheep shall be within it, and the eyes of them all shall be opened, and they shall see the good, and there shall not be one among them that does not see. This new house is nothing but the universal mind, the fourth mind, which is built when your old small individual mind has been folded up and carried away. It is a new space of consciousness where your eyes are opened for the first time, where you see the reality as it is without any distortion. In the individual mind, your house is built upon the sand of thoughts and desires. It is a very fragile house, a very insecure house. Any small wind of misfortune, any rain of illness, any flood of failure can destroy it completely, and great will be the fall of it. You live in a constant state of anxiety, constantly defending your small sandcastle. But when you move into the fourth mind, when you drop your ego and surrender your will to the whole, you are building your house upon a rock, the rock of pure consciousness, the rock of witnessing. Then the rain may descend, the floods may come, the winds may blow and beat upon that house, but it will never fall, because it is founded upon the eternal rock of existence. It is immortal, deathless. To build your house upon the rock of consciousness, you must learn the art of non-resistance. Jesus says, "Resist not evil." This has been completely misunderstood by your moralists and Puritans. They think it means you should allow evil people to exploit you, that you should become a passive, helpless victim of all kinds of injustices. This is not the meaning. Resist not evil is an alchemical rule for inner energy economics. You have only a limited amount of life energy available to you every day, what Jesus calls the daily bread. This energy is precious. It is made of diamonds. If you start fighting with everything that you think is evil, if you go on a crusade to reform the world, to change people, to fight against all the ugliness around you, your whole energy will be wasted in resistance, in conflict, in reaction. You will be throwing your diamonds into the river. By fighting against evil, nobody has ever been able to destroy it. Evil is an eternal part of the duality of existence. It is the dark night that accompanies the bright day. You cannot destroy the night. If you try to fight with the night, you will only exhaust yourself and die in your own exhaustion, and the night will continue as it has always continued. The only way to get rid of the night is to light a candle inside your room. When the light is there, darkness is no more found. It does not go anywhere. It does not escape to another room. It simply ceases to exist for you because the light is present. So instead of resisting evil on the outside, Instead of wasting your precious daily bread in political and social crusades, turn your energy inwards. Become more conscious, become more alert, become more loving. Let your inner light burn bright. When your inner house is full of light, all evil simply disappears from your being. You cannot do any wrong because you can see the door clearly. You don't need to grope and hit your head against the wall. Your life becomes a spontaneous flow of goodness, a natural expression of truth. The Master is here to help you light this inner candle. He is not interested in giving you any new rules of morality. He is only interested in making you more conscious. He plays all kinds of games with you. Sometimes he is soft, sometimes he is hard, sometimes he is polite, sometimes he is rude, but behind all his different faces, there is only one consistency: his absolute love and compassion for you. He wants to destroy your false, fake, pseudo-personality so that your true, original individuality can be born. He wants to help you take the final quantum leap from the individual mind into the universal mind, and from the universal mind into the transcendental no mind. If you go on arguing with the Master, if you go on analyzing his words with your logical, calculating mind, you will miss the whole point. You will remain a camel, a text-bound parrot, repeating dead words without any meaning. Drop all your arguments, drop all your defenses, and just be here with me. Let your mind be engaged with the toys of my words, but let your heart open to the silent music of my presence. In that attunement, in that harmony, the real work happens. The lead is transformed into gold, the stream disappears into the wind, and you find your true, eternal identity. The moment you realize that the rock of consciousness is your only true foundation, you begin to see that all the structures you have built out of your past knowledge are nothing but sandcastles, waiting to be washed away by the first wave of reality. The Book of Enoch describes this beautifully when it tells of Enoch being translated into the heaven of heavens, where he beholds a structure built of crystals, surrounded by tongues of living fire, and encircled by streams of pure light. He sees the head of days, whose hair is white as pure wool, and whose raiment is indescribable, and he falls upon his face, his whole body relaxed, his spirit transfigured into a state of total ecstasy. Look at this crystal palace, this flaming fire, this radiant light. The theologians have told you that this is a description of a physical place somewhere far away in the sky, a heaven where you will go after you die if you are an obedient camel, if you follow all their dead rules and rituals. I say to you, this is not a geographical location. This crystal structure, this house of fire, is a metaphor for your own fifth state of consciousness, the transcendental no mind, where the boundary lines between the individual and the universal have dissolved completely, where you have become a mirror so transparent, so clean, that it reflects the ultimate glory of existence. When you are in the third mind, the individual ego mind, your consciousness is like a muddy puddle, filled with the dirt of thoughts, desires, judgments, and opinions. You can only see your own projections reflected in it. But when you move through the fourth mind of universal awareness and enter into the fifth mind of the transcendental, all mud disappears, all dust is washed away, and your inner space becomes like pure crystal. It becomes a flaming fire because it is full of life energy, full of a radiant intensity that consumes everything that is false, everything that is pseudo, leaving behind only that which is real, that which is eternal. To experience this inner illumination, to let your own spirit be transfigured into this state of absolute bliss, you have to be ready to go through the process of unlearning. You have to be ready to drop all the definitions that your society has given to you. This is why you are here with me, my friends, in this unique laboratory of the soul. We are creating an energetic field, a collective space of awakening where the old can die and the new can be born. If you feel a deep love for this work, if you feel that your heart is pulsating in harmony with this presence, and you wish to become a deeper part of this family, you can naturally choose to participate by clicking the join button on your screen or by offering your gratitude through super thanks. You can also purchase our ebooks to delve deeper into these hidden mystical dimensions. But remember, this is never an obligation, never a demand. It is simply a sharing of love out of your own abundance. A natural flow of energy that helps us spread this light to all the corners of the earth, where people are still living in the deep sleep of dogmatic conditioning. The Book of Enoch tells us that Enoch read the heavenly tablets and understood the book of all the deeds of mankind, of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth to the remotest generations. The priest has used this idea to frighten you, to make you believe that there is a celestial clerk sitting in the sky with a giant ledger, recording every single mistake you make, every single desire you have, ready to present this account to you on the day of judgment, to throw you into a burning furnace of hell. This is a very childish, primitive concept. There is no ledger in the sky, and there is no clerk sitting there counting your sins. Your own unconscious mind is the only ledger there is. Everything you do, everything you think, every emotion you experience registers automatically in your own being. This registration is natural. It is an intrinsic part of the law of karma. When you are angry, when you are hateful, when you are dishonest, when you cheat somebody, it registers to your discredit. It creates a dark cloud of guilt inside your consciousness. It muddies your inner mirror. It makes you feel unworthy, unlovable, inferior. You lose your self-respect, you lose your pristine innocence, and you become closed, tight, defensive. You can no more flow with life. You can no more open your heart to another human being because you are terrified of being exposed, terrified of people looking behind your beautiful, respectable mask. Your own guilt becomes your prison. Your own untruth becomes your hell. And when you do something good, not because you are expected to do it, not because it is written in a scripture, but because out of your awareness, out of your love, it happens. Spontaneously, it registers to your credit. It gives you a deep feeling of worth, a deep feeling of harmony and well-being. Your inner space becomes clean, transparent, flowing. You feel yourself in tune with the trees, with the birds, with the rivers, with the whole existence. This is the only heaven there is. You don't have to wait for a future reward after death. The reward is present right now in the very quality of your action. But man lives in such a profound slumber, in such a state of ghafla, that he prefers to live with the ready-made answers of the priest rather than exploring his own reality. He is terrified of his inner emptiness. So he goes on stuffing himself with things, with money, with power, with knowledge, just to have a false feeling of fullness. I have heard a beautiful story about an old woodcutter who lived in a small village. He was very old, tired of life, and had no family, no money, no one to look after him. Every day he had to go into the forest, cut wood, carry a heavy load on his shoulders back to the village, and sell it just to get his daily bread. He was so miserable, so fed up with his life, that every day he would throw his load of wood on the ground and look at the sky and cry, "Oh Lord, where is death? Why don't you come and take me? I am finished with this world. I have nothing to live for. Come and relieve me of this agony." One day it happened that Death was passing by that forest and heard the old man's prayer. Death appeared before him in all its majestic, terrifying form, and said, "Here I am, my son. You have been calling me every day. I have come to take you. Are you ready?" The old man started trembling. His heart almost stopped with fear. His whole body shook like a leaf in a storm. He looked at Death. Then he looked at his load of wood on the ground, and he said, "Oh, no, sir, you have misunderstood me. I didn't call you to take me away. It's just that I'm an old man, and I am unable to lift this heavy load of wood onto my head, and there is nobody here to help me. Please, just help me to put this load on my shoulders so I can go back to the village. Thank you very much." This is the situation of your mind, my friends. You go on saying that you are sick and tired of your mind. You go on saying that you are completely fed up with your misery, your anxiety, your guilt-inducing conditioning. But when you come close to a master, when you come close to the fire of sannyas, which is ready to consume your ego and give you a new birth, you become terrified. You start looking for excuses. You start finding loopholes. You start creating beautiful rational arguments to protect your load of wood. You say, "Sannyas is good, but what about my individuality? Can't I remain a sannyasin in my heart without changing my clothes, without wearing the mala, without declaring it to the world?" You are simply afraid of the public opinion, afraid of what your friends, your family, your society will think of you. You prefer your familiar, secure prison to the vast, uncharted freedom of the open sky. You must understand that your so-called individuality is nothing but your ego, an invention of your society. The society has given you a name, a form, a character, a certain respectability, and you have become so identified with it that you think it is your real self. It is not. It is just a stage prop, a theatrical creation, a mask. The master is here to take this mask away from you, to dismantle your false personality so that your original face can be revealed. This process of dismantling is painful. It looks like an undoing. It looks like a catastrophe. But it is only a catastrophe for the ego. For your real being, it is the beginning of a grand celebration. The Book of Enoch tells us that the 70 shepherds who were put in charge of the sheep destroyed more of them than they were commanded, delivering them over to the lions and tigers to be devoured, and they trampled the sheep with their feet and blinded their eyes. Who are these 70 shepherds? They are the priests, the politicians, the traditional leaders of humanity who have always destroyed the soul of man in the name of order, in the name of civilization, in the name of religion. They have trampled your freedom. They have blinded your eyes of intelligence. They have filled your heart with the poison of fear and guilt so that you can never look into your own depths. They have turned you into a blind, obedient camel carrying their heavy loads across the desert of life. And when a man like Jesus or Buddha happens, he comes to rescue you from these false shepherds. He comes to call you out of your blind sleep. He comes to give you your eyes back. But the shepherds become very angry. They become very threatened by his presence. They shout to the crowd, "This man is dangerous. This man is a rebel, a liar, a corrupter of youth. He is going against our ancient laws, against our holy scriptures. Destroy him, crucify him, before he ruins our whole society." And the sleeping crowd follows the false shepherds because they are too afraid of freedom, too afraid to stand on their own feet as unique individuals. They choose to crucify the Master and relapse back into their comfortable, convenient slumber. To understand the Master, to be in communion with the Master, you will have to drop the language of the head and learn the language of the heart. The head lives in logic, in arguments, in discussion. The heart lives in love, in trust, in silence. Between the head and the heart, there is a vast distance, earth and sky apart. You cannot reach the heart through the head. There is no ladder in between. It is a shift of your total focus, a change of your internal gestalt. If you remain in your head, you will go on interpreting my words according to your past knowledge, according to your old conditionings. You will find contradictions in my statements. You will get confused, puzzled, and you will miss the whole point. What I am saying to you is not a philosophy to be discussed and debated. It is an invitation to be lived. My words are just fingers pointing to the moon. Don't start analyzing the finger. Don't start memorizing the finger. Look where the finger is pointing. It is pointing to your own innermost core, to your own eternal silence. When you sit here with me, let your mind play with the toys of my words, but let your heart open to the silent music of my presence. This is what Sufis call a certain state of nadam, a state of perfect accord, harmony, rhythm with the Master. In that accord, you don't hear only my words. You start drinking my being. You start feeling a new kind of energy vibrating within you, a luminous force that dissolves your blocks, that washes away your guilt, that makes you a free-floating totality. You become like a hollow bamboo on the lips of the divine, and a song of absolute joy starts flowing through you. Do you know what happens when you are total in your action? When you dance so totally that the dancer disappears and only the dance remains, or when you love so deeply that the lover disappears and only love remains, then there is no longer any choice, no longer any decision to be made. Things simply happen through you. You become an instrument of the whole. You are no longer separate from the trees, from the birds, from the mountains. You pulsate with the same cosmic rhythm. This is the state of the child, the state of the sage, the ultimate fulfillment of human life. So don't look for a ladder, my friends. There is no ladder to be climbed step by step over many lives. That is a strategy of your lazy, postponing mind. The kingdom of heaven is here now, within you, just for the asking, just for the knocking. Have the courage to drop your past. Have the courage to become a zero, a nothingness, and look into your own mirror with absolute nakedness. The truth is facing you. It has always been facing you. It is just a question of opening your eyes and seeing it. Become an intense flame of awareness and let the old disappear so that the new can bloom in all its glory. When the link is broken between you and your past, the real work has only just begun. The mind is an old habit, a chronic disease, and it cannot allow you to remain empty and silent for long. The moment a gap arises, the moment a flash of the fourth mind, the universal mind, touches your being, the ego immediately tries to claim it. It says, "Look, I have had a great satori. I am now enlightened. I am an exceptional soul." In that very claiming, the window is closed, the crystal is muddied again, and you are back in your old dungeon of robopathology. The mind has played its ultimate trick. It has taken your most sacred experience and turned it into an ornament for the ego. This is what is happening to the publicans and the Pharisees all over the world. And this is exactly what the ancient seers were warning against in the deep, thunderous verses of the epistles of Enoch. The text says, "Woe to those who pervert the words of uprightness and transgress the eternal law, and transform themselves into what they were not, into sinners. They shall be trodden under foot upon the earth. In those days make ready, ye righteous, to raise your prayers as a memorial, and place them as a testimony before the angels, that they may place the sin of the sinners for a memorial before the Most High." Look at the word perversion. What does it mean to pervert the truth? The priest has told you that perversion means going against the legal codes of the church or the state. He says, if you don't follow the 10 Commandments, if you don't repeat the prescribed prayers, if you don't go to the synagogue or the temple, you are perverting the truth. I say to you, this is completely upside down. The real perversion is when you take a living, organic experience of reality and turn it into a dead, rigid dogma. The real perversion is when you listen to a master who is a child talking the language of a lion, who's pointing his finger to the open sky, and you start worshipping his finger, you start memorizing his words, you start creating an institution around his corpse. This is what the professional scholars and the theologians have always done. They are the true perverters of the words of uprightness. They cannot understand the living content because they are totally in love with the material container. They are like a man who goes to a restaurant, reads the menu beautifully printed on golden paper, and starts eating the menu instead of ordering the food. He eats page after page, and he thinks he is being highly nourished because the paper is so costly, because the letters are written in gold, because it is an ancient traditional menu. He remains hungry, his body starves, but his mind feels very proud that he has eaten the best menu in the world. This is what your so-called knowledgeable people are doing in the temples and the churches. They are chewing on dead scriptures, the Bible, the Veda, the Quran, and they think they are becoming spiritual. They are only becoming dry, thrashed worms, completely empty of life, empty of love, empty of celebration. A true seeker does not care about the menu. He wants the food. He wants to taste the reality on his own, authentically, experientially. He does not want to believe because belief is a poor substitute for trust. Belief means you don't know, but you are too cowardly to accept your ignorance. So you find a comfortable, convenient belief given by others and you hide behind it. You say, I believe in God, but your belief is just a mask to hide your deep underlying doubt. If you really knew God, there would be no need to believe in Him. Do you believe in the sun? Do you believe in the trees? Do you believe in the people sitting around you? There is no need for belief because they are facts. They are present before your eyes. You only believe in things which are absent, things which you have never seen, things which are fictions of your own imagination or others' imaginations. Because I am completely for God, because I am completely for truth, I am absolutely against all your beliefs. My whole work here is to take all your beautiful beliefs away from you, to dismantle your entire religious and philosophical baggage, and to leave you completely naked, empty, in a state of primitive innocence and ignorance. Only when you know that you don't know. Only when your mind is a clean, blank sheet with nothing written on it by others, only then do your eyes open to see that which is, and that which is God. God is not a person sitting somewhere in the heavens. God is the very isness of existence. It is the greenness of the trees, the breathless blue of the sky, the song of the birds, the light of the sun, the deep silent throb of your own heartbeat. If you feel a deep love for this presence, if you feel that your inner mirror is being cleansed by these words, and you wish to support this work of bringing true, unconditioned religiousness to humanity, you can choose to participate in this energetic field by clicking the join button on your screen or by offering your support through super thanks. You can also purchase our e-books to read and meditate upon these ancient mysteries in your own silent rooms. But remember, this is never a demand, never an enforcement. It is just a natural sharing of love out of your own abundance, a beautiful flow of energy from heart to heart. When you are full of joy, you simply want to share it with the world. There is no other reason for it. The flower blooms and its fragrance spreads to the winds. The cloud is full and it showers upon the desert. The Book of Enoch tells us that in the last days, the angels shall inquire in heaven as to your deeds from the sun, from the moon, and from the stars in reference to your sins. Because upon the earth ye execute judgment on the righteous, and he will summon to testify against you every cloud and mist and dew and rain, for they shall all be withheld because of you from descending upon you. Look at this cosmic litigation. The sun, the moon, the stars, the clouds, the rain, they are all going to testify against you. What does this mean? It means that when you live an inauthentic, fake life, when you live out of your robopathology, you are out of tune with the whole universe. You are a discordant note in the grand symphony of existence. You are fighting against the trees. You are fighting against the rivers. You are fighting against the air. You are fighting against your own body. Your very presence becomes poisonous to the ecology of the planet. And because you are out of tune, the universe cannot nourish you anymore. The clouds are withheld from showering upon you. The sun cannot give you its life-giving warmth. The stars look cold and distant. You live in an absolute deep isolation, an existential alienation. Man has been destroying nature because he thinks he has to conquer it. This is one of the most stupid ideas that has ever possessed the human mind, the conquest of nature. How can you conquer that of which you are a part? It is as if my right hand starts fighting against my whole body, trying to conquer it, trying to destroy it. If the right hand succeeds in destroying the body, it will die in its own victory. That is the situation of modern science and technology. We have been raping nature. We have been poisoning our rivers, our air, our food, and we think we are becoming very powerful, very successful, very advanced. This success is our ultimate failure. It is a slow, gradual mass suicide. We are cutting the very branch on which we are sitting. The Western mind has been too aggressive, too masculine, too focused on the outer container. It wants to manipulate everything, control everything. And out of that manipulation, a great crisis has arrived. The ecological crisis, the political crisis, the psychological crisis. Man is turning mad because he has completely lost his roots in the earth. He is no longer a natural being. He has become a synthetic plastic robot. He lives out of his head, out of his calculations, out of his ready-made answers, and his heart has become a complete wasteland where no love flows and no song arises. To get out of this robopathology, you will have to learn the art of being a child again. You will have to learn the art of non-resistance. Jesus says, resist not evil. If you start fighting with the evil around you, if you start fighting with the society, if you start fighting with your own mind, you are simply wasting your precious life energy in reaction. Your energy is your daily bread. It is your only treasure. If you spend it in fighting, nothing will be left for the inner takeoff. Nothing will be left for the radical transformation of your consciousness. I have heard a beautiful story about a great Zen master who was an expert archer. One day, a young man came to him and said, I want to learn archery from you. I have been to many schools. I know all the techniques. I can hit any target with absolute precision. But I want to learn the ultimate secret from you. The master looked at him, smiled, and said, if you want to learn from me, the first thing you must do is to forget all that you have learned before. For 12 years, you must not touch the bow, you must not touch the arrow, you must simply sit by my side, clean my house, water my garden, and watch me in absolute silence. The young man was shocked. He said, 12 years just to clean your house and water your garden? But I am already an expert. What is the point of wasting 12 years in doing such ordinary things? The master said, you are an expert. That is your problem. Your expertise is your armor. It is your ego. You know how to hit the target, but you don't know who the hitter is. Your mind is too full of techniques, too full of calculations, too full of the desire for success. When you pull the string of the bow, your mind is thinking of the reward, thinking of the fame, thinking of the applause of the crowd. You are separate from the bow, separate from the arrow, separate from the target. This is not real archery. Real archery is when the archer, the bow, the arrow, and the target all become one organic whole. When there is no division left, when there is no doer left. It is a happening, it is a let go. But for that to happen, your conscious mind must disappear completely. It must go into the deepest layer of your unconsciousness. It must become part of your blood and bones. Go away. If you are not ready for this unlearning, go somewhere else. I don't deal in techniques, I deal in being. The young man thought about it. He was an intelligent man. He could see the depth of the master's eyes. He took the risk. He gambled. He stayed with the master for 12 years, simply cleaning, watering the garden, doing ordinary chores, never mentioning the word archery. He became completely silent, completely innocent, like a small child. He forgot all his past knowledge, his past expertise. After 12 years, one morning, the master brought his own bow and arrow, put them into the young man's hands, and said, "Now shoot." The young man took the bow, and there was no hesitation in his hands, no fear in his heart, no thought in his head. He did not look at the target with calculating eyes. He was the target, he was the bow, he was the arrow. He simply relaxed, and the arrow left the bow on its own accord. It hit the target with such precision, with such force, that the target was split in two. The master embraced him and said, "Now you are an archer. Now you have learned the ultimate secret." This is the whole process of sannyas, my friends. First you have to learn, then you have to unlearn. First you have to grow an ego, Nietzsche's lion state. And then you have to be courageous enough to drop that ego and become a child again. If you try to avoid the lion state, if you remain a camel, your surrender will be false, cheap, imitative. It will not be a real death and resurrection. It will be just part of your old programming. You will be a religious camel, a holy beast of burden, carrying the scriptures on your back. But you will never know the freedom of the open sky. When a lion surrenders, it is a grand event. It is a real crisis, a great danger, and a great opportunity. The lion has power, the lion has energy, the lion has the capacity to say no to the whole world. When that powerful lion chooses to say yes to the master, when he chooses to dissolve his ego into the nothingness of the Buddha field, he becomes a child. This child is qualitatively different from the first child. The first child was ignorantly innocent. This second child is consciously innocent. A light burns bright inside his house. He is a sage. You ask me, how can I predict if I will love tomorrow? You cannot predict. Only robopaths predict. Only machines are predictable. If you have a car, it is predictable. You turn the key, the engine starts. It does the same thing today, it will do the same thing tomorrow, because it is a machine. But a human being is not a machine. He is a freedom and open process. How can you predict about tomorrow? You don't even know what is going to happen the next moment. Tomorrow is completely unknown, uncharted. When you are in love, in that very moment of love, a deep feeling arises, a feeling of eternity, a feeling of commitment. You feel, I will love you forever and ever. Even death will not be able to part us. And this statement is absolutely true, authentically true in that moment. It is not a lie, it is not a deception. It is the real expression of the depth of your love in that moment. Love knows no time. Love knows only the now. In the now, it is eternal. But tomorrow comes, and tomorrow brings its own reality. Tomorrow the wind blows in a different direction. Tomorrow the clouds gather in a different way. Tomorrow you may find that the love has disappeared. It is sad, it is painful, but it is a fact. And a true man, an authentic man, accepts the fact. He does not try to force it. He does not try to pretend. He does not go on saying, I love you, out of habit, out of a past promise, out of a legal contract. If he does that, he is being fake. He is being a hypocrite. He is cheating himself and he is cheating the woman. The traditional society says, betray love but never betray the marriage contract. Cling to the person even if the love is dead, even if your house has become a hell, even if you are destroying each other's lives every day. Remain respectable in the eyes of the neighbors. I say to you, this is the greatest sin against God. Love is the only holy thing there is. If love has disappeared, say goodbye with deep gratitude, with no complaints, with no grudges. Thank the person for all the beautiful moments that you shared together and move on. Keep your love energy flowing. Don't let it become stagnant. Don't let it become a dry pool. If it cannot flow with this person, let it flow with somebody else. But let it flow. Only through that continuous flow will you remain young, fresh, and alive. And one day that flow will become so vast that it will go beyond all persons. It will become a state of your being. You will become love itself. This is the transition from the individual mind to the cosmic mind. In the individual mind, love is always a relationship fraught with jealousy, fear, possessiveness, and the desire to dominate. In the cosmic mind, love is no longer a relationship. It is your very climate. You are simply loving, just as a rose flower is fragrant. The Book of Enoch describes the high mountains shaking and melting like wax before the flame when the Lord descends. This is exactly what happens when the cosmic energy of love enters into your being. Your high mountains of ego, your hard rock-like armor of pride start shaking and melting like wax before the flame. You lose your hardness. You become soft, liquid, river-like. You start flowing towards the ocean. But you are very afraid of this melting. You want to remain solid. You want to remain a rock. Because a rock feels secure, well-defined. Water has no definition. You pour it into a cup, it takes the shape of the cup. You pour it into a bottle, it takes the shape of the bottle. It is liquid, fluid, adaptable. It has no egoistic definition of its own. It is humble. It always moves downwards towards the lowest places. It seeks the valley, not the peak. The rock always wants to stand high against the sky. It wants to be a peak. It is arrogant. But the river wins in the end. The soft water goes on falling on the hard rock, and one day the rock is reduced to sand and is carried away by the river into the ocean. Hardness brings defeat, softness brings ultimate victory. That is the watercourse way of Sufism, the way of true religiousness. Do you know what stands in your way of saying a total yes to life? It is your fear of disappearing. You want to say yes, but you want to remain there to see that you have said yes. You want to enjoy the surrender, but you want your ego to be present to say, "Look how beautifully I have surrendered." This is the grand contradiction of the mind. It wants to have its cake and eat it too. It cannot happen. If you want to eat the cake, it will disappear. If you want to have it, you cannot eat it. If you want to enter into the divine, you will have to disappear completely. Your absence is His presence. Jesus says, "Whosoever will save his life shall lose it, and whosoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it." a very paradoxical statement, but absolutely true. If you try to save your small egoistic life, you will lose the real life, the infinite life that is your destiny. You will remain a larva, a closed cocoon, rotting inside your own shell. But if you are courageous enough to lose this small life, if you are ready to put it at stake, if you gamble it away into the arms of the wind, you will find the real life, the eternal life, the life of the butterfly. People are so fake because they have been trained to be fake. They are afraid of being real. If you are real, you are unpredictable. You are dangerous to the establishment. If a child is real, he is difficult to control. He will do only that which his own nature allows. He will not listen to your stupid commands. He will not become a part of your traditional machinery. The society needs predictable robots. It needs efficient mechanisms. So it destroys your reality from the very beginning. It puts a heavy crust of conditioning around your consciousness. It creates a fake policeman inside your heart called conscience. And that policeman goes on condemning you, goes on making you feel guilty about everything that is natural, healthy, and beautiful. My work here is to assassinate your inner policeman. I want to free you from your conscience so that you can have consciousness. Consciousness is the true thing. Conscience is a counterfeit coin given by others. Let your own awareness decide your life, moment to moment. Don't carry any fixed rules. Don't carry any dead scriptures in your head. Live a life of freedom, a life of spontaneity. It will be insecure, it will be dangerous, it will be a constant risk, but it will be alive. It will be a celebration. I see that many of you are getting ridiculously intoxicated with me. You write to me, Osho, I am feeling ready to quit my secure and maddening job and face an unknown future. But I am afraid that I will wake up one day and be left with just a hangover from you. Don't be afraid, Buddha. This intoxication is not an intoxicant that makes you fall asleep. It is an intoxicant that makes you fall awake. It is a spiritual drug, an alchemical wine. It destroys your false sleep. It shatters your dream world. It brings you face to face with reality for the first time. Once you are awake, you cannot fall asleep again. Once you have tasted the reality, all your old dreams will look simply childish, worthless. You will never have a hangover from me. The only thing that will happen is that one day you will wake up completely and you will find that I am no longer there outside you. I have entered into your own heart. I have become your own consciousness. The master and the disciple have melted into one single emptiness. The Book of Enoch tells us that the mountains of iron, copper, silver, gold, and lead shall be in the presence of the elect one as wax before the fire, and they shall become powerless before his feet. This is a description of what happens when you enter into the fifth mind, the transcendental no mind. All your heavy metallic conditionings, all your hard structures of thought and desire melt like wax before the fire of your pure consciousness. They become completely powerless over you. You are no longer controlled by your past, no longer controlled by your mind, no longer controlled by your body. You are free, utterly free. You are a sovereign of your own inner kingdom. This is the meaning of being perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. Perfection does not mean that you don't commit mistakes. Perfection simply means that you are total in your being, that you are whole, that you are undivided. You are a single piece of crystal, a transparent mirror reflecting the whole existence. This perfection is your birthright. You have not to achieve it, you have only to discover it. It is already there, hidden behind the 7 layers of your onion-like personality. Peel the onion, throw away the layers of falsity, and come to the innermost core of full emptiness. If you find it difficult to do it on your own, let me help you. That's why I am here. I am a physician to your eyes. I am not going to give you any new philosophies or definitions of light. I am simply going to remove the cataracts from your eyes so that you can see the light on your own. It is a painful process. It is a hard work. But it is the only work that is worth doing in this life. Don't waste your precious daily bread in ordinary, trivial pursuits. Put everything at stake, gamble all for the ultimate, and you will be fulfilled. Let your whole life become a continuous river of love and meditation. Dance your way into the unknown. Sing your way into the mysterious. Let there be no more fear, no more guilt, no more hesitation. The universe is waiting for you with open, welcoming arms. Just take the first step, and the remaining journey will happen on its own accord. This eternal song of bliss cannot be heard by those who are constantly clinging to their own righteousness, because righteousness, as it is traditionally understood by your priests and your moralists, is nothing but a beautifully decorated prison of the human ego. If you look into the 94th and 98th chapters of the epistles of Enoch, you will find a series of terrible woes and curses pronounced upon the wealthy, the sinners, and those who alter the words of uprightness. The text says that woe shall be unto those who build unrighteousness and oppression, and lay deceit as a foundation, for they shall be suddenly overthrown, and they shall have no peace. It says that woe shall be unto those who build their houses with sin, for from all their foundations shall they be overthrown, and by the sword shall they fall. It says, woe shall be unto you, ye rich, for ye have trusted in your riches, and from your riches shall ye depart, because ye have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches. When you listen to these ancient, thunderous verses with the ordinary mind of the head, you will only see an external social morality. You will think that Enoch is talking like a modern political revolutionary, trying to create a conflict between the rich and the poor, between the exploiter and the exploited. That is the great misunderstanding of the collective mind, the second mind. The collective mind can only see the surface of things. It can only think in terms of laws, social rules, and economic structures. That is why Karl Marx missed the whole point of human transformation. He thought that if you take the money away from the rich and give it to the poor, if you change the external economic mechanism of the society, you will create a utopian paradise on the earth. He did not see that the rich man and the poor man both carry the exact same desire nature, the same nafs, inside their hearts. If you make the poor man rich without changing his internal consciousness, he will behave exactly like the rich man. He will become a hoarder, an oppressor, an exploiter. The outer label changes, but the inner disease remains completely untouched. When the ancient text says that woe shall be unto the rich because they have trusted in their riches, it is not talking about money as such. Money is just an ordinary piece of paper or a metal coin. It is neutral. It has no soul of its own. The text is talking about the psychological state of hoarding, the state of trusting in the material container rather than the living content. Why does a human being become so obsessed with accumulating gold, silver, houses, and land? Why does he spend his whole precious life energy in a mad, cutthroat competition to have more and more? It is because he is terrified of his own inner emptiness. He looks within himself and he finds nothing but a dark, bottomless abyss, an absolute, primeval silence. This emptiness scares him out of his wits. He feels that he is a nobody and nothingness, a passing breath in this vast universe. To hide this nothingness from his own eyes, to create a false front of solidity, permanence, and significance, he starts stuffing his life with material possessions. He thinks that because he has millions in the bank, he must have a big soul. Because he has a grand palace, he must be a very substantial person. Because he has respectability in the eyes of the crowd, he must be highly valuable. He creates a plastic ego out of his riches to protect himself from the fear of his own inner vacuum. But this is a great deception, a beautiful hallucination. Your riches are on the outside. They belong to the body. They belong to the world of things. How can an external object give significance to an internal being? It is impossible. You can have all the wealth of the world accumulated in your hands, and you will remain as hollow, as empty, as miserable inside as any beggar on the street. In fact, you will be more miserable because the beggar can always hope that tomorrow, when his wishes are fulfilled and he gets money, he will be happy. His hope remains alive even in his poverty. But the rich man has already got the money. He has already achieved his goal, and yet the happiness has not arrived. The inner desert is as dry and dead as ever. His hope is dead, and that is the real curse that Enoch is talking about. The curse is built in. It is not that a furious, jealous God sitting in the sky is going to punish you for being rich. Your very richness, your very trust in your material container becomes your ultimate punishment. It leaves you dead years before your actual burial. If you are listening to me with an open heart, if you are letting these words penetrate into your very marrow, you will start seeing that the real treasure is not what you can possess on the outside, but what you can be on the inside. True wealth is your own awareness, your own love, your own capacity to celebrate this very moment here now. If you feel a deep love for this presence, if you feel that your life is being transformed by these insights, and you wish to support this work of bringing true, unconditioned religiousness to humanity, you can choose to actively participate in this unique field of consciousness by clicking the join button on your screen or by offering your gratitude through super thanks. You can also purchase our e-books to ponder over these hidden, forbidden mysteries of the soul in your own silent rooms. But always remember, this is never an obligation, never a commercial transaction. It is just a natural sharing of love out of your own abundance, a beautiful flow of life energy from heart to heart. When you are full of joy, you simply want to share it with the world, and that sharing becomes your freedom. The Book of Enoch tells us that those who write down lying and godless words, who pervert the words of uprightness and transgress the eternal law, shall have no peace but die a sudden death. Who are these people who write down lying and godless words? They are the theologians, the scholars, the pundits, the professional makers of religious dogmas. They have systematically constructed the concept of sin and guilt to create a mass neurosis in human consciousness. They have taken the apocryphal texts, the hidden books of wisdom, and they have banned them, denounced them, burned them. Why did the Orthodox Church exclude the Book of Enoch from the biblical canon? Why did they suppress the Gospel of Thomas? Why did they choose only 4 Gospels and reject all the others as heretical, dangerous, apocryphal? They suppress them because these hidden books reveal a dangerous truth. They reveal that the kingdom of heaven is an internal reality, a subjective awakening. They reveal that you don't need a church, you don't need a pope, you don't need a legalistic rabbi, you don't need any institutional mediator between you and the divine. They reveal that God is the very life energy that throbs in your heart, that flows in the trees, that dances in the rivers. If you come to know this truth, if you realize your own internal divinity, the whole business of the priest is ruined in a single moment. You will no longer go to his temple to confess your sins. You will no longer give him money to buy your salvation. You will no longer allow him to dominate your life through fear and guilt. You will become a rebel, a lion. To protect their own power structure, to protect their own vested interests, the priests have always censored the books of true wisdom. They have given you a false, fake puppet god, a super disciplinarian who loves your fear and hates your joy. This is what I call the construction of sin. They have made your very nature a sin. They say sex is sin, love is sin, laughter is sin, beauty is sin, intelligence is sin. Whatsoever is natural, spontaneous, and beautiful has been labeled as a grand corruption. And why have they done this? Because if you feel guilty about your natural impulses, you will always remain weak, trembling, insecure. You will lose all respect for yourself. You will think that you are dirty, that you are a sinner, that you are unworthy of the divine love. And when you lose all respect for yourself, you become a perfect slave. Anyone can manipulate you, anyone can dominate you. The parents can dominate you, the boss can dominate you, the politician can dominate you, the priest can dominate you. You will live a life of absolute conformity, a life of robopathology, behaving like a mechanical puppet, an automaton. To understand this mechanism is to drop it completely. There is no need to fight with your guilt. There is no need to make a great effort to overcome it. Just see the politics of it. See the deep cunningness of the priest behind it, and in that very seeing, the guilt will simply evaporate from your consciousness. It is a false cloud created by your society to keep you in a state of sleep. Once you fall awake, the cloud is no more there. Then you look into your nature with absolute clarity, with no judgment, with no condemnation. You see that your body is a beautiful temple of God, that your senses are the very windows through which the divine looks at the world. You open all the windows, you let the fresh breeze flow in, you let the sun shine in, you become a yes-sayer to life. Life is a hidden harmony of opposites. This is one of the most profound insights of Heraclitus. He says that existence is a constant tension between polarities, between day and night, summer and winter, life and death, good and evil, light and darkness. These opposites are not really enemies. They are complementary to each other. They are like the two shores of a river. The river can only flow because the two shores are there to contain it. If you destroy one shore, the river will disappear completely. If you only want the day and you are against the night, you will go mad. The night is needed for rest, for relaxation, for going back into the unmanifest source of energy. The day is needed for expression, for creativity, for manifestation. They together create the rhythm of existence. But the moralistic mind, the puritanical mind, does not understand this hidden harmony. The Puritan wants a static world, a world where only the day exists and the night is completely denied. He wants a world where only the saint exists and the sinner is completely destroyed. He wants a world of absolute dead perfectionism. This perfectionism is a neurosis. It is a state of madness. Because he cannot accept the opposite, he is constantly in a state of inner civil war. He represses his anger, he represses his sexuality, he represses his greed, he represses his fear. And the more he represses them, the more they accumulate in his unconsciousness, becoming a venomous pocket of hostility. He becomes a hard, dense, thick rock. He loses all sensitivity, all fluidity, all grace. He cannot laugh, he cannot dance, he cannot love. He becomes a holy monster. Look at the so-called saints in your traditional monasteries. They look so dry, so dead, so joyless. They have no humming sound in their organism. They are like dead desert land where nothing grows. And yet, you worship them as spiritual people. They are not spiritual. They are simply robopaths who have succeeded in committing a slow, gradual suicide over many years. They have killed their life energy because they were too afraid of the complexity of life, too afraid of the hidden harmony of opposites. They wanted to remain safe, secure, comfortable in their dead rules and disciplines. They have built their houses upon the sand of dead morality, and when the great winds of life blow, when the great floods of existence come, their houses are suddenly overthrown, and great is the fall of them. A true sage is totally different. He lives in the middle of the opposites, in a state of perfect equilibrium, like a tightrope walker. Have you ever seen a tightrope walker? He is constantly on the move, constantly balancing himself. He never remains static. If he leans too much to the left, he immediately changes his balance and leans to the right. If he leans too much to the right, he immediately leans to the left. By leaning to the left and to the right, by leaning towards both extremes, he keeps himself in the exact middle. This is the art of being a child again, the art of being a sage. The sage accepts both the left and the right. He accepts both the day and the night. He accepts both his humanity and his divinity. He is not a perfectionist. He is a whole person. He is completely fluid, spontaneous, responsive to the present moment. Sufis say that there are 3 types of sleepy people in the world, 3 kinds of nafs, desire natures. The first are the hostiles. They are asleep in their rage, in their anger, in their hatred, in their violence, in their aggressiveness. The hostile person is very apparent. He is always angry about everything. He wants to destroy everything. He has no specific object of anger. The whole existence looks inimical to him because he is carrying a deep well of enmity inside his own heart. But one thing is good about the hostile person. He is hot, he is burning, he is a fire. Because he is hot, he can be transformed more easily than the other 2 types. His fire is alive, and if the direction of his fire is changed, if his energy is channelized towards the internal takeoff, he can become a Buddha very easily. It is not a coincidence that all the great masters in India came from the warrior race, the Kshatriyas, the hot people, the fighters. When their fire turned inwards, they took the ultimate quantum leap. The second type of sleepy person is the phony. This is the other extreme. The phony is the goody-goody person, always smiling, false, pseudo, deceptive, never true. The hostile is ugly, but he is true. You can see his face. The phony has an ugly face, but he hides it behind a beautiful, respectable mask of politeness. You can never see his real face. The phonies become the politicians, the gentlemen, the ladies, the traditional priests. They go on repressing all their hostility, all their anger, all their sexuality into the basement of the unconscious. They are ice cold, frozen. They are very respectable because they obey the society blindly, but they are the least religious people on the earth. Their sleep is full of sweet dreams of paradise and heaven, and a sweet dream defends the sleep. A nightmare can wake you up, but a sweet dream keeps you snoring forever. The phonies are very difficult to transform because they are cold like ice cubes. First they have to melt into water, then they have to be heated to 100 degrees to evaporate. The process is very long. And the third type, the most difficult type, are the zombies. The zombie is just in the middle. He is neither hostile nor phony. He is both and neither. He is completely dead, impotent. He has not taken any side because he is too afraid. He just hangs in the middle, mechanical, ritualistic, and automaton. The zombies become your traditional Mahatmas and ascetics. They sit like dead marble statues in your temples. They have not become desireless, they have simply become lifeless. To kill your desire by killing your life is very easy, but that is not the goal. A real sage is one who has absolute life and no desire. He is a dynamic, overflowing energy, not a dead rock. Watch these three characteristics in your own life. Are you a hostile, a phony, or a zombie? Whatsoever you are, once you become aware of it, the very awareness begins the work of transformation. The mind will try in every possible way to prevent you from seeing your reality. It will say to you, "You are doing very well. Look, you are so spiritual, so virtuous." This is the pious ego, the most dangerous trap on the path of return. When you enter the fourth valley, the valley of tribulations, you are entering into the personal unconscious, into the dark night of the soul. All your old certainties disappear. Your old knowledge becomes completely useless, and you feel as if you are drowning in a dark, bottomless abyss. In that absolute darkness, a great existential doubt arises. The mind says, "Go back. This whole religious trip is a madness. The world was much better, much more secure." If you listen to your mind, you will create an armor. You will defend yourself against the darkness, and you will be thrown back into your old robopathology forever. The Master is an absolute necessity in the fourth valley, because he can hold your hand in that dark night and say to you, "Don't be afraid, relax." This darkness is not the enemy of light. It is the very presence of the divine. It looks dark only because your eyes are too small, too unaccustomed to such immense glory. Don't fight with the darkness. Don't defend yourself. Melt into it, dissolve into it, fall into a deep, total let go. If you can trust the Master in that moment of total insecurity, you pass the bridge. You move into the fifth valley, the thundering valley of total death, where your very self starts disappearing. You are no longer there as an observer. You are melting like an ice cube in the river. The negative part of this valley is that you will want to cling to your identity out of sheer terror. The positive part is that you remember the ultimate message of Fanner readiness, to die gracefully, willingly, voluntarily, knowing that the ego is the only hell there is. When you die in the fifth valley, you enter into the sixth valley, the abysmal valley, the state of true crucifixion. You are no more. You are just an empty sky, a pure nothingness. You can see your own old personality lying there like a corpse, and you are just a witnessing consciousness. The negative part of this valley is the complaint, the cry of, "Why hast thou forsaken me?" The positive part is the absolute gratitude of, "Thy will be done." The moment complaint changes into total trust, you pass from being the Son of Man to becoming the Son of God. The crucifixion is complete and you enter into the seventh valley, the valley of the hymns, the valley of total cosmic orgasm, where only celebration is left, where you have become one with the infinite creativity of the universe. Remember, this ultimate understanding cannot happen in bits and pieces. It is not an accumulative process. You cannot have an approximate understanding, just as you cannot have an almost a circle. A circle is a circle only when it is complete. An incomplete circle is just a curve, an arc. It is not a circle at all. An understanding is a circle. It is total. It is a sudden explosion. A quantum leap from the known into the unknown. You can accumulate knowledge gradually. You can become more and more knowledgeable every day. But knowledge is not understanding. Knowledge is the container. Understanding is the content. The common crowd is always infatuated with the container. They worship the book. They build grand temples. They follow formal rituals perfectly, but they are completely blind to the living content. The text of the Book of Enoch is full of beautiful descriptions of the heavenly portals, the courses of the sun and the moon, and the absolute exactness of the cosmic order. The priests have interpreted these things to give you a legalistic, mathematical code of behavior. They say that God is a grand mathematician, a cosmic accountant who wants you to follow his laws perfectly. I say to you, God is not a mathematician. God is a poet. God is a dancer. His laws are not legalistic codes enforced from the outside. His law is the very harmony of existence itself. If you want to know His law, you don't need to study the scriptures. You don't need to follow the prescribed rules of morality. You have to become silent. You have to become innocent like a child. You have to learn the art of experiencing the present moment, here now. When you are in a state of experiencing, there is no longer any division between the inner and the outer, between the material and the spiritual. The body becomes the visible soul, and the soul becomes the invisible body. They melt and merge into each other, and you start seeing the divine in everything, in a rose flower, in a bird on the wing, in a passing cloud, in the eyes of another human being. To a man of true understanding, the whole existence is sacred. There is not a single thing that is worthless, because everything is signed by the Creator. Everything carries His signature. But the robopath lives in a state of absolute alienation. He is alienated from himself because he does not know who he is. He only knows his social image. He is alienated from others because he treats them as objects, as functions, as tools to be manipulated. And he is alienated from nature because he looks at nature as an enemy to be conquered, as a resource to be plundered. He poisons his rivers, his air, his food, and he justifies it all with his clever reasoning, his psychology, his legal courts. He is a self-destructive mechanism moving fast towards a global suicide. I am here to help you drop this Western, aggressive, masculine attitude of conquest, and to help you learn the feminine art of receptivity, the watercourse way of Sufism. Water is soft, delicate, yet it has a tremendous strength. It can dissolve the hardest rock. It always moves downwards towards the lowest places. It seeks the valley, not the peak. The rock is arrogant. It wants to stand high against the sky. But in the end, the rock is reduced to sand and is carried away by the river into the ocean. Be like water. Become soft, fluid, adaptable. Drop your hard armor of pride. Drop your high mountains of ego and let yourself melt into the welcoming arms of the wind. The journey is long and arduous, and at each step, your mind will try to create deceptions. It will say to you, you are a sannyasin now, you are very close to enlightenment, so you need not do anything. This is another sleep. Sannyas is not the end of the journey. It is just the first step, the beginning of the real work. You have to remain alert every moment. You have to watch your mind on each subtler level. Don't be in a hurry to reach a conclusion. Don't be in a hurry to become enlightened. Just enjoy the pilgrimage itself. The journey is the goal. Each moment that you live with intensity, each moment that you live with love, each moment that you live with absolute awareness is a goal unto itself. It is full, complete, rounded. When a real lion meets a real master, he recognizes him instantly. He does not argue, he does not debate, he does not try to protect his past knowledge. He looks into the eyes of the master and he sees his own future reflected there. He sees that the master is a butterfly who has grown wings, and he is a caterpillar who is still crawling on the earth. In that very recognition, a great desire arises in his heart to grow wings, to fly into the open sky. He chooses to take the jump. He chooses to commit suicide as an ego so that he can be born anew as a spirit. It is his own decision, his own choice, but it is a choice to end all choosing forever. It is a choice to surrender his will to the universal will. Once you take that step, once you enter into the field of the master, the real alchemy begins. The master starts hammering your head, destroying your past, peeling your onion skins one by one. It is painful, it is terrifying, it is insecure. But if you have trust, if you keep your heart open, if you don't escape from the mirror, you will pass through the fire and you will come out as pure gold. You will find your true identity, the identity of full emptiness, the identity of the child. We are reaching closer and closer to the ultimate peak of our journey. The 7 valleys are being crossed one by one. Don't be afraid of the thunders and the storms that surround you. They are part of the process. They are necessary to shake you awake. Just remain silent. Remain loving, remain present in the moment, here now. Let the cosmic energy flow through your being unhindered. Let it wash away all your past nightmares and let it prepare you for the grand resurrection that is waiting for you in the final part of our pilgrimage. This ultimate oneness is not something you can manufacture out of your mind, because any oneness manufactured by the mind will remain an illusion, a beautiful concept to hide your internal division. The mind can only play with words. It cannot give you the reality. It is like a man who goes on dreaming about the ocean while living in a dry desert. His dream may be very vivid, very beautiful, but it cannot quench his thirst. And that is where you are stuck, my friends. You have been listening to me. You have been accumulating my words. You have been creating a beautiful philosophy out of my thoughts, and you think you are growing. You are not growing, you are only becoming more knowledgeable. You are only collecting more ornaments for your old rotten ego. You are becoming a very sophisticated, a very cultured camel. But the camel is still a camel. The beast of burden is still a beast of burden. The heavy load of your accumulated knowledge is crushing your soul, drying up your life juices, making it impossible for you to take the ultimate leap into the unknown. If you want to move from the camel to the lion, and from the lion to the child, you will have to drop all your investments in your past knowledgeability. You will have to become courageous enough to stand before the mirror of existence in absolute nakedness, with no explanations, no theories, no philosophies to protect you. It is a very scary place to be, I know. The mind will panic, the mind will scream, the mind will tell you to run back to your old comfortable prison. But if you have the intensity of a true seeker, if you have the passion for the impossible, you will remain there, unmoved, watching the panic of your own mind without any judgment, without any choice. In that very witnessing, the miracle happens. The ice melts, the crust dissolves, and for the first time, you start feeling a grand cosmic energy pulsating within your being. You start moving from the horizontal line of time into the vertical line of eternity. This cosmic energy is what we are invoking here in this unique laboratory of the soul. This is what this entire space is about. It is not a school where you are being taught a new doctrine. It is a climate, a sacred milieu where you are allowed to flower into your own unique individuality. If you feel a deep love for this transmission, if you feel that your inner space is being cleansed and illuminated by these whisperings, you can naturally choose to participate in this work by clicking the join button on your screen to become a deeper part of our digital sanctuary.
You can also express your gratitude and help us reach more thirsty souls across this planet by offering your support through super thanks, or by reading our books to contemplate these mysteries in your own silent rooms.
But always remember, this is never an enforcement, never a demand from my side. It is just a natural sharing of love out of your own abundance, a beautiful flow of energy from heart to heart. When you are full of joy, you simply want to share it with the world. There is no other reason for it. The Book of Enoch concludes its grand apocalyptic narrative with a deep, thunderous description of the final judgment and the total destruction of all ungodliness. It says that the Lord of spirits shall sit on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment shall be given unto the Son of Man. And he shall cause the sinners to pass away, and be destroyed from off the face of the earth, and those who have led the world astray. It says, with chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage place of destruction shall they be imprisoned, and all their works shall vanish from the face of the earth. Look at this grand mythological imagery. The priest has used these verses for centuries to terrify humanity, to make you believe that there is a furious, vengeful God sitting in the sky, waiting for the right moment to take a cold-blooded, ruthless revenge upon you because you have transgressed his laws. I say to you, this is a complete misunderstanding, a very primitive, juvenile interpretation. There is no God sitting in the sky with a stick in his hand, waiting to punish you. This global flood, this ultimate destruction, this burning abyss of fire, it is not a physical event that is going to happen in the future. It is a psychological reality that happens within your own consciousness when you enter into the fifth state of mind, the transcendental no mind. The sinners and the godless, whom the text describes as being destroyed, are nothing but your own false, fake, pseudo-personalities. Your ego is the only sinner there is. Your mind is the only ungodly thing there is. When the ultimate light of awareness arises in you, when you enter into the seventh valley of total cosmic celebration, your ego is bound in chains, your past mind is utterly destroyed, and all its works vanish from the face of your consciousness. It looks like a great destruction. It looks like a ruthless revenge. It looks like an abyss of fire, because the mind feels its ultimate annihilation. The mind is dying, the problem creator is dying, and to the dying mind, the presence of God always looks like a furious, consuming fire. If you are a coward, you will look at this fire with great fear, and you will run away from it to protect your small, petty sandcastles of wealth, power, and respectability. But if you are a lion, if you are a real seeker, you will look at this fire with a deep welcome, with a great joy, because you know that this fire is going to consume only your garbage, only your chains, only your false masks, leaving behind that which is pure gold, that which is immortal, that which is eternal in you. You will be ready to carry your own cross. You will be ready to die to your past completely, so that you can resurrect as a divine child, as a pure nothingness, as a full emptiness. The text says that after this judgment there shall be nothing corruptible, for the Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory, and all evil shall pass away before his face. Who is this Son of Man who has appeared and seated himself on the throne of glory? It is your own true individual being, your own inner master, your own Buddha nature. When all your 7 layers of the onion have been peeled away, when your corrupted senses have been cleansed, when your social conditionings have been dropped, when your pseudo-reasoning and your sentimental emotionality have been discarded, when your instincts have been purified and your intuition has started flowing like a deep fountain, then the Son of Man appears within you. He takes his seat on the throne of your inner crystal palace, and before his face, all your miseries, all your anxieties, all your meaningless nightmares simply disappear like smoke in the morning sun. Then you live a totally different kind of life, a life of absolute freedom, a life of spontaneity, a life of perpetual joy and celebration. You don't follow any rules given by others because you have your own light to guide you. You don't need a legalistic conscience because you have a pure, transparent consciousness functioning in you. You don't try to change the world because you see that the world is already perfect as it is, that everything is signed by the Creator, that the whole existence is a sacred temple. You move in the world as an actor, playing your roles perfectly, beautifully, with great artistry, but you never get hooked by any role. You can be a husband, a wife, a doctor, an engineer, a clerk, but you know that these are just functions, just games on the surface. Deep inside, you remain an empty sky, an uncircumscribed ocean, untouchable by any worldly ripples. This is the golden mean of Sufism, the exact middle between the world and the beyond. You don't leave the world like the traditional ascetics who are nothing but dead, frozen, lopsided camels hiding in their dark caves, terrified of life. And you don't live in the world like the ordinary unconscious masses who are completely hooked by their roles, completely lost in their fictions, completely blind to their own inner reality. You live in the world and yet you remain beyond it. You are a lotus flower in the water and yet untouched by the water. Your roots are deep in the earth, in your biology, in your natural instincts, and your wings are high in the sky, in your spirit, in your divine intelligence. You have balanced the left and the right, you have balanced the day and the night, you have balanced the camel and the lion, you have become the child. And the child simply is. He has no philosophy, he has no theology, he has no dogmatic belief. He lives in a state of continuous experiencing. From moment to moment, here now. He has no past to carry and no future to plan for. If he laughs totally. If he cries totally. His laughter and his tears come from the exact same source of pure, unadulterated life energy. He is innocent, and in his innocence is his supreme wisdom. He knows that he knows nothing, and that not knowing is his ultimate freedom. He has broken open his blocked caves. He has dropped his remote control buttons. He has assassinated his inner policeman. He is free. He is wild. He is divine. This is the message of the Book of Enoch when it is read in the true light of Christ consciousness. It is a call to take the final takeoff, to step into your own ultimate potential, to claim your birthright as a child of God. Don't be satisfied with less. Don't settle for cheap substitutes. Don't remain a text-bound parrot in the dark corners of the synagogues and the streets. Come out into the brilliant sun. Breathe the fresh, moving air of reality. Dance with the trees and sing with the birds. The universe has been waiting for you for centuries. Its arms are open to welcome you, to embrace you, to dissolve you into its eternal melody. Don't keep it waiting anymore. If you feel that your heart is throbbing with this message, if you feel that these words are making you a little more alert, a little more conscious, a little more alive, then don't just remain a spectator on the shore. Jump into the river. Become a participant. Like this video, leave an authentic comment about your own inner space and your own stumblings. Share this transmission with all the thirsty souls you know. And subscribe to this channel to keep this fire burning bright across the global village. Your engagement, your love, your trust is the only way this work can grow and reach those who are still screaming in the dark night of their own robopathology, waiting for a single ray of light to wake them up. The journey is complete, my friends. The 7 valleys have been crossed. The lead has been turned into gold. The stream has evaporated into the wind, and you have found your true eternal face. There is nowhere else to go, nothing else to be. Here, now, this is all. This is the kingdom of heaven. This is the ultimate celebration. This is God. Rejoice and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward, and your reward is here now, within your own heart. I bless you all. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, from the descriptions below.